related to the person that had the organ. They ain't never met him, and they don't know anything about him. But then all of a sudden, these things have like, how does that happen? Where does that come from? Because nobody told them that. Yeah, and like, you could assume, okay.
Same thing happened to him. All of a sudden, he started craving certain kinds of food and different things that he never tried before. And then, yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's something to it. Like it's like part of the soul will transfer over, or some kind of instinct-related thing, some muscle. Yeah, yeah. Like, it's just part of the. Well, that's another thing, though. The brain is not just what's in your head. Your entire spinal, like the entire vagus nerve, all these different nerves, that's gray matter stuff that's connected all into it. That's part of your brain.
Your whole fucking body.
Well, have you ever seen the scientific test they did on water memory?
Yes, and that's pretty interesting too.
Yeah, water can hold, like thousands of times the amount of like a microchip, so that would make sense with those transplants and things like that.
I just want
that it's a percentage. You're so much a percentage of water that if you're transferring that into your body, then you're going to have some type of water memory come into your body. Just speculation.
Yeah. Well, I was more talking about like well, there's this one thing, right? This girl got a transplant, and then she started having these very vivid nightmares that were very detailed, and they took the account from that to the police, and apparently the information related to that helped them solve a freaking murder. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. That's some really weird stuff. I think it was a heart transplant in this like 7 or 8 year old girl or something. I don't know. Like, it was weird. Oh yeah, and the etymology for the word weird is pretty weird. You should look it up. It's very cool.
What is it? Just tell me.
Having the power to control destiny.
Really?
Influence. Yeah, it's a pretty weird definition for weird. I'll take a screenshot so I can prove it. Take me a screenshot.
And by the way, I think sometimes these types of discussions, I think, is a pathway for some of these people that think we're all a bunch of idiots to realize that we're not. We're thinking about things and considering things that they've never thought of. They don't spend the time to even, consider such, marvelous, fantastical things and whatever else and whatnot. I mean, you can't be your average idiot and think about some of the stuff we've been discussing or even understand it. So I think it's kind of good for the channel sometimes for the people listening on YouTube to finally understand that, not everybody here is a fucking stupid flat earther. I think so. I think it's actually good sometimes.
We have Centaurus joining us. Hello, Centaurus. We also have Curriculum. Hi, Curriculum.
I think my boy. What?
I didn't catch that.
What's that?
Okay, so it's like the same guy in two profiles?
What?
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
What brings you by the 24/7 server?
Saw an invite.
Good stuff. Where was that?
Like, think YouTube.
Sweet. So what do you have to say? What do you think you're living on?
Look at my PFP.
So you think you're in space?
Yes,
How come?
because I am an amateur astronomer.
Well, that just means looking at the sky, right?
Yes, but we point our telescopes at celestial objects like planets and stars, nebula.
Yeah, those are lights in the sky, right?
No,
The idea
they have their own individual features.
Sure they do, but they're just lights in the sky with their own individual features, right? So the idea that what you're looking at is a bunch of balls in space, that's an interpretation of what you see. That's not necessarily what you actually see.
Interpretation.
Yeah, that's
The
your
more
interpretation.
magnification you have on those quote unquote lights, the more details you see on them.
Yeah. Sorry, say that again.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, because if somebody hadn't told you a story about how you're on a ball in a heliocentric orbit in space and all those other things in the sky are also balls and other stars and stuff like that, is that what you ever would have thought looking at the sky with a telescope?
Yes.
You would have thought that? You would have come to that conclusion all on your own?
Mm-hmm.
I doubt that very much, sir.
Yeah, I call no way.
Planets are very different from stars, as we can see.
Yeah, because they wander. The stars all move
They
together.
don't wander. They're in the exact same orbits they're always in.
Yeah, they wander around, right? Apart from the constellations, all the other stars, they just move as one, all the constellations move together.
Stars themselves actually move. Thousands of years ago, they're different. They're in different places than they are now.
How did you prove that? You were there thousands of years ago to check?
There's absolutely no evidence of that.
Constellations.
whatsoever. There's evidence
Past
to the
astronomers
opposite.
measured
They've been in
that.
the same spot year after year, but being in a different spot, nah, there's no evidence of that.
Yeah.
No.
What?
Yeah,
No,
the ancients talk about all the same constellations that we have to this day. So when were they different? And how do you know? Is this just like an extrapolation from the globe model?
No.
Okay, then how do you know?
Some constellations actually are different, like the Taurus constellation.
How do you know that?
Because we've taken measurements of it, we've drawn. You can see cave paintings, you can see the Mesopotamians.
Okay, so they depicted them different than what we see now?
Yes.
That's interesting. Can you share that?
Yes.
Cool. And another problem with the idea that we're in outer space. That's a part of the globe story, right? So you would need a globe for that. So do you know of any time that curvature has been measured?
Yes.
Okay. When was
So have you ever been in an air balloon?
Yeah. Actually, no.
Okay,
No.
what
I haven't.
altitude?
No, I've never been in an air balloon. So I don't know
Okay.
why I said yeah.
Okay,
Where are you
so
going with this, though?
I've been in Arizona. I've been in an air balloon that went up 30,000 feet. I could observe some curvature, very small, but it is noticeable from that height.
That's kind of interesting because it's not even the altitude that a commercial airliner flies at, and you don't expect to see curve from there either. And you brought up weather balloons. They get up to maybe like 120,000 feet. Are you familiar with Felix Baumgartner's Edge of Space jump?
Yes.
He went to 128,000 feet, and Neil deGrasse Tyson said nobody saw the curve of the Earth in that video, that it was just a fisheye lens, right? The horizon still appears horizontal, even at 128,000 feet. So why would you see it at 30,000?
I mean, it's a different area, like the flat desert.
Okay. So geometrically, you shouldn't be seeing it even from 250 miles altitude, Paul Larson from the planetarium says. But 30,000 feet, you can see it?
Fisheye lens window? I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe you're just seeing a curved lens and not a curve of the Earth because...
So did you have oxygen?
If I may, I could put this to bed.
Did you have oxygen with you?
Yeah, if I may, I can put this to bed right now.
I got one other thing to say, but let God Rockin's question get in there first.
Yeah, I want to know if he had oxygen with him on that 30,000 height balloon ride. Yes, you did?
Yes.
Okay, well, where are these rides available? I'm going to check into that and see how much it costs and who does it and whatnot. Because I think you're full of shit.
Yeah, me too.
Here, let me put it to bed right now.
I got one thing to say still.
There is no curvature from that height. Thank you.
I got something to say still about this though. Like I asked you for a measurement, right? And you said that you went up to 30,000 feet, where geometrically you shouldn't really be seeing a curve on the globe
Yes,
anyway.
I think
That's not. But where I'm going is that's not actually a measurement, right?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's not actually a measurement. Going high up in the air and saying, "Oh, I think I see a curve," that's not measuring any curve. So how is it confirmed and measured that the ground is actually curving?
It's not. I said it could have just been something with the window. I think you're actually right about that.
Yeah, there you go. So how would we go about measuring this curve?
Well, could go higher than that.
I don't think that's a good idea because
space, right?
we need to be on the.
What do you think we're in? What do you think?
I don't think we're on the globe because nobody can measure a curve, and I don't think that going higher would help. I think what we need to do is measure it right here at the surface, as is claimed. That's the way it's claimed to have been done.
What?
Yeah, but the Globers don't say, like, in the 3rd century BC, they went to space or something like that and saw it.
I mean, of course they didn't have the technology or equipment to study that back then, though.
Yeah, but my point is that they claim that they measured this thing in the first place from the ground, right? So that's how we would need to do it, is right here on the surface. We need to measure some drop over distance somehow.
We should try different methods, though, as our technology advances.
I agree. Like back in the day, they were trying to use shadow angles and trying to interpret a globe, a circumference and a radius from those, right? But now we should be able to do other long-range tests, right? We should be able to use lasers and stuff like that to directly measure the drop.
Lasers?
Yeah, that's one way I would try to do it. Yeah.
So I just looked up your balloon flight too. So the highest commercial balloon goes in Arizona is 5,000 feet.
Yeah, it's not a commercial balloon.
Ouch. That hurt, didn't it?
Also, I have another question.
Well, we're still trying to figure out how
hand wave over his story of his 30,000 foot flight in a hot air balloon. Okay, next question.
Anything that goes over that height is in a capsule, and they're only done by say you got an oxygen filled capsule, and that's it.
I don't mind going on to your question, but we're still on the standing question of curvature and how it was measured. Did you just want to concede on that?
Oh, he's caught lying. I don't even know why you're wasting time with him.
Nah.
Didn't he just claim to be in a capsule with windows, or are y'all just dumb?
That's a great globe argument. You're dumb. Yeah. Anyway.
Also, can you talk about satellites and pictures from space?
Yeah, you would need the first subject.
Yeah, you would need a measured globe radius to have those and to have satellites orbiting in space and whatnot. So that's back to the same question that's still on the table. How was that measured? I'm not saying you can't take high altitude pics somehow, but you can't do it the way that is claimed with satellites orbiting a globe if you haven't measured the globe and don't have the radius.
Yeah, because you get orbital mechanics, right? The right trajectory for a satellite or whatever is going to orbit the Earth. You need to know the exact size so you can send it on the exact right trajectory to orbit exactly the size of the globe that you're trying to orbit. So all of this stuff that they say they've been doing, they still can't show us how they measured the radius. So how are they calculating these orbital mechanics? That's what we want to know.
How do they do that? Do they not use a radius? Because if they don't, then there goes your globe argument with satellites.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Well, we're back to the radius.
Wait, what were you guys saying?
Well, the other guy chimed in and said, well, what about satellites? What about pictures from space, right? And we just responded that to have satellites orbiting the globe, the first thing that you would need is the measured globe radius, right? So we're back to the same question, who measured it and how?
Yeah. So, like, if you go far enough, you'll end up in the same place.
Yeah,
How
is
does that
true,
work on
Neil?
a flat Earth?
The only way that works is if you go in a circle, and that's true for a flat plane or a globe or anything.
So, like, you would teleport if you hit the
No.
ice wall or something?
No. You just go in a circle. Like, you can go in a circle in your yard, around your house, right? You ended up
Right,
where you
yeah.
started just because you went in a circle.
So you've come in here asking questions, you're getting answers to your questions, and then you come up with like you're stupid and do you teleport from the ice wall? You're making yourself look stupid.
I mean, some
mate.
people say that, though.
Well, we
Not
don't
here,
say
they
that.
don't. I don't know where
If you
keep
want to,
that shit.
just ask serious questions that you want to know. Like that, you don't need to be a fool about it. Yeah, like
All right, but some people do take that seriously, and it is a serious question.
you honestly think that that's a serious question
To some people, it might be.
to you? Is that a serious question to you?
No.
Well, there you go. There's your answer.
All right, then.
So just
Why would you be
ask,
seeking an answer to a question that's not important to you?
yeah. So let's just
I mean, I'm
like,
just wondering where you guys stand on that.
but if you're interested, just have a normal conversation. Just we're not here to berate you or belittle you or anything like that. We're just here to have an honest conversation. If you want to have an honest conversation, then we're here to do that, and just be like a normal person that asks normal questions. Yeah, can we do that?
Yeah, I just wanted to know where you guys stand on that.
Cheers, mate. Good, thank you. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
We're looking for validation for the globe claim or anything that anybody claims, so we're not going to start saying that, yeah, you get to an ice wall and you teleport. Because we want things to be validated, verified.
Okay, so wait. So seasons on the globe Earth caused
Well,
by the Earth's tilting?
yeah, but what globe?
Yes. So how would that work on a flat Earth?
Well, okay, even in the scenario of a tilting globe, what's happening is the sun's relative position to the Earth is shifting throughout the year, right? So in reality, that's what we actually observe. The sun's position in the sky, it changes throughout the year, right? It's further south in the winter. Well,
Oh wait, does the entire sky move? Like in the northern hemisphere, can
I'm
you
not
see
ne-
different
I'm not necessarily
constellations?
saying that.
Because
I'm just saying that the sun's position changes. That's how you get seasons. It's further south in the winter and vice versa.
yes, but as the seasons change, so does the sky itself.
Right, but you're asking about seasons, and that's to do with the sun.
Yes.
So it's just the sun changing positions throughout the year. And so this has been observed for thousands of years, right? The tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, right, is what the sun moves between throughout the year. People have observed this for a long, long time, right? And the globe just comes in with their story about how that happens due to this tilt of this globe, right? It's just a story that fits the globe. Nobody ever actually proved that, because they would need to prove the globe in the first place before they can even talk about why seasons happen on it. So they just assume a globe, and then they have a story about why the sun is doing what it's observed to do, just assuming that we're on a globe.
So is that why the sun changing positions, is that why in some parts of the year Greenland is completely lit for like half the year, and then the other half it's completely dark?
It's further north in the summertime. The sun is, so it's closer to Greenland.
Okay.
So if you take the wobbling, tilting globe out of the picture, right, you're just left with the axiom, which is what you actually see, and that's just the sun moving around in the sky. Simple.
So does the sun just have like a limited point of shine, I guess?
Well, it can't shine forever. Yeah, okay, so maybe you're thinking that it's a giant heliocentric gas ball sun, right?
No.
Yeah, it would have to be smaller and closer if we're on a plane. Because if it were that gigantic sun that they're talking about in the globe model, yeah, you would think that that would illuminate the whole thing at once. So it must be scaled down.
Maybe he thinks we're that pizza disc as well.
Yeah, that's probably a problem.
Wait, so okay, so
Wait,
for the
so we're not a pizza?
Nobody's saying pizza disc in space, but go ahead, Centaurus.
all right, so in the globe model, the sun, it's like millions of miles away, and the sun itself is millions of miles in diameter. And
Yeah.
93 million miles away, supposedly, and
And all-
1,000 times the size of Earth.
Yeah, almost 1 million miles in diameter is their claim.
yes, so that's pretty far. It's pretty far from us. And
They
because
need-
the Earth is curved, it's not all going to be lit at once because of how far it is.
Is it curved though?
What?
Sorry,
Is it curved though?
Yes, I'd say it is.
How do you know?
See, that's never been proven as of yet. That's the problem. Nobody's ever shown us curvature. It's never been measured. It's only been, theorized. That's it.
Exactly.
I mean, I'd use the you can't see Everest from North America argument.
Two problems: angular resolution and weather.
Like, couldn't you see Everest with a telescope?
No,
Did you
because
just
of weather.
print? Did you just print some debunking things off the internet and then just come in here, or what?
Huh? No, I just asked that.
You're just printing a list. You just printed a list off the internet. Came in here.
No,
and
I'm
said
not asking. I'm
that's
just
the way to
asking that
debunk
on my
it.
own.
Well, printers
so
are
it's
just great technology.
So the first step was that you can't confirm curvature, and then you go.
All right, you're dodging
but
the
the
question. How come
but
you
the sun
can't
is-
see Everest with a telescope?
But the sun
Because
is
that's
millions
goofy.
of. But the sun is so far away, millions of miles away, that it would have to light up everything. How do you know that the sun is that far away?
Because of the calculations we've made,
Based on
What calculations?
size of the sun,
They used the radius
its density,
for that calculation, by the way. They used the
type of
radius.
star.
Yeah. Do you know how they got the distance to the sun? Do you know that?
Do I know it exactly?
Yeah. Go tell
We
me.
do. Because we do know.
Tell me.
All right, like 3 million miles away or so.
no.
No, it's 93 million miles. But how did they get that distance?
Their calculations.
Based
Yeah, but
on,
I
Like I
asked you,
said,
how did they?
so you don't trust that we have instruments, right?
Hold on.
What
That's not-
instruments? Okay, because this distance wasn't discovered with instruments. So if you don't know, then just say you don't know.
With trigonometry.
It wasn't done with trigonometry. Well, it kind of was, but yeah. Do you know how though?
Mathematicians, astronomers.
So you don't know.
Do you know how math works?
Yeah.
well, you're not
Don't
telling
reverse
us
the burden.
specifically how. Right?
The question is, do you know how math works?
What a
Apparently-
fucking.
Apparently you don't.
He asked you for a method, and you said people, and then try to reverse the burden and ask him if he understands. We're just trying to
Just
ask.
love how you guys dodge the question of why you can't see Everest
Okay,
with a
look, I'll
telescope.
put that to rest then. It's called weather. Just check a weather report and just see what it says for max visibility and see if there's ever a day where it's going to say visibility today 7,000 miles or something like that.
Well, that's why you do it closer.
Well, if you're closer, then you're not going to be from New York to Mount Everest like you're talking about.
But let's not pretend like that's like some type of slam dunk question. It's based off of some made up flat Earth that
You
no
know,
one presented to you. You're coming here saying, "Well, a flat Earth, you should see Everest." Who presented anything like that? It's you creating a position for others to defend. No one's here to defend this flat Earth that you can see China. Go ahead, Central.
and here's the other thing. We already see way further than the globe would allow us to, so why do we need to see even further than that?
What do we see?
Right,
Further
that's called
than the
moving the
globe.
goalposts.
Yeah, we see further than the globe would allow us to. We see the horizon much further than it should be according to the globe math. And we see things that should be totally blocked by curvature hundreds of miles away. So we're already seeing further than the globe would let us, so why do we have to talk about seeing even further?
How far does the globe let you see according?
At a 6-foot height, your horizon should be at 3 miles, and everything should start getting blocked beyond that point by it. But that doesn't happen at all.
If you don't want to hear it from us, you can hear it from people who actually believe that the Earth is curved. They'll tell you the same exact thing.
Yeah.
So you realize that 100 miles is very small in the curved Earth.
No, listen, all right, we're just going to have to watch the video because you don't realize. We've definitely realized this.
But Centaurus, it's not. 100 miles is 6,666 feet a drop, according to the globe. You shouldn't be able to really see much of anything except for some really tall mountains, perhaps.
At sea level.
Well, I mean, you would have to factor your observer height, but that's just the drop. 6,666 feet. So basically, you'd have like 6,000 feet of Earth curve bulge in your way, blocking whatever is 100 miles away from you.
Question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon.
So this 100 miles is moving the goalpost about 97 miles back when they're telling you it's right there at 3 miles. And he tells you, you can just look and see the curvature.
So wait, if you're standing on a mountain, you will see hundreds of miles.
You shouldn't necessarily. Depends how high you're standing.
So if you're standing on Everest, you will see hundreds of miles in each direction.
Okay, if you're standing on the tallest mountain peak in the world, yeah, perhaps you should be able to. But we can still see hundreds of miles further than we should at, say, 9,000 feet elevation.
Now, let's not jump to this idea, well, if it was flat, then we should be able to just zoom in anywhere, anytime. No.
Do you know how much water would be in the air that you're trying to look through? How much humidity?
Yeah, a whole lot of air and a whole lot of other stuff too. Because it's not like you can Moses clear the skies a path whichever direction you're looking. It might be good weather where you are. Doesn't mean it's perfect weather in the town over or the town past that. Fog, trees, bugs, buildings, islands,
pollution.
Whale jumps up. I mean, people just have this weird idea that you can just look across the ocean and look, you can see China if it was flat. No.
Too much garbage in the air. Too much.
Yeah. But what you can see is further than the globe would let you.
Correct.
So do you think that's just kind of it? Isn't that the end right there, Centaurus? If we're seeing further than the globe would allow us to, then why this talk about seeing all the way to China?
No, because I don't know how far they think the globe lets you see. I don't know much about that.
I just played the clip for you. He said
the various sources.
At an average height, 6 foot, the horizon should be about 3 miles away. At a 1 foot observer height, it should be about 1.22 miles. So it's not very far.
So you think you see hundreds of miles at sea level?
Again, you keep introducing this idea of hundreds of miles. The claim is that it's only a 1.22 miles away. So if you're seeing 10 miles, that's way too far. this 100 miles.
How do you guys know you're seeing 10 miles?
Well, that's why you have landmarks and things that are there that mark the distance. Obviously, if you just go and look out over the ocean, you don't really know how far you're looking, unless there's things in the water at a certain distance away from your, wherever you're observing. So I've done some observations myself. I mean, went to San Diego, was on the shore for like a month straight, just checking, doing long distance observations and stuff like that as well. So there's islands you can use, boats, all kinds of stuff. Oil rigs.
Want to see one?
We can walk you through one if you want. And then if you happen to live near some water, lake...
Oh, wait, let me get this straight. Viewing of the horizon depends on the height. How much of the horizon you see depends on the height.
Yeah, it's part of our argument, yeah.
Okay. Well, that can work on a globe model, too.
Well, the problem is that they're saying that the horizon is curved. And then based on a specific geometric value. So, like, the size of the globe would be set. It doesn't change. So the curve is there. It doesn't matter how far off the edge of the earth you go. It's not going to change. Whereas on a flat earth, we're saying the horizon does change due to different factors, like God Rocket said, the weather, there's, your observer height, like you said. There's even the conditions in the air, like refraction and so on. So this has been part of our argument for a long time. The horizon changes. It's not a geometric location where the earth curves that you can go, like, put a flag in.
Yeah, it's just an optical location that moves around depending on the conditions that day. And it's not limited by Earth curve, because we always, well, I don't know about always, but very often see it much further than it would be on the globe.
So, wait. So what if you go high enough to 35,000 feet?
You don't see it there either, because there's no curve to see. You would be able to measure it on the
Everest, you probably couldn't see the curvature because it's not 35,000 feet.
Well, the globe model doesn't even say that you would see it from that high. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, don't expect to see it at 128,000 feet, right? So going higher isn't really the answer. The only thing to do is to do what the Globers themselves say they did and try to measure it right here on the ground.
I think they did that with mathematics, though, and trigonometry.
Well, they assumed that diverging shadow angles were caused by a very large and distant sun with parallel light rays, right? And the curved surface of the Earth. They never proved that. They just assumed those things.
So is the sun being really close to Earth or in the sky, like the globe model? So when you look at the sun with the telescope, why does it have sunspots on it, like in NASA pictures?
I have no idea.
We can just take the sun completely off the table, because you and I both don't know what it is, where it is.
Yes, but it has sunspots.
Okay, and
that's got nothing. What? That's got nothing.
Are we trying to measure the surface of the sun?
Can you see the sunspots without NASA pictures?
Can you see sunspots?
The sunspots have nothing.
It doesn't matter. Sunspots don't matter. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, right, Central?
Yeah, we're talking about what we stand on, not something in the sky.
Yeah, sunspots don't have anything to do with it, right? They don't claim that they measured curvature or calculated a circumference by looking at sunspots, right? They claim that they did it by looking at diverging shadows, right? But those same diverging shadows will happen on a flat surface with a closer and smaller light source. So you can calculate things either way, just depending what assumptions you make. It's got nothing to do with sunspots.
Okay. But I just don't know why they'd exist on a ball. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Anything in the sky, you might as well just, it's a variable that you can't account for. So because we can test things here on Earth. You can't.
And the moon has craters because?
Well, they're saying it's due to a magic speed. So let's just not even go into
Magic
La La
speed
Land.
for craters on the moon?
Yeah, you want to hear it from Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said someone asked him, "Why are they all Why are they all circular?" Well, just
So that explains why there's craters on the moon.
Centaurus, maybe you've played golf before. You're familiar with the idea of golf. If you hit the golf ball, it might land. It might go up and then come straight down and create a nice circular divot in the grass. But a lot of times it comes in at an angle and creates this kind of an impact at an angle, a divot. So someone asked him why these craters don't seem to come from different angles. They all seem to be pretty circular. And his answer was that it was due to a magic speed.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Okay, so we can go crazy La La Land, but most people here prefer not to get into that type of stuff. We just focus on the Earth that we can actually test and check up on. We can't check up on the moon and magic speeds and all this crazy stuff.
Magic speeds.
Yeah. So what you see on the moon is an image. And again, like I said at the very beginning, when you look at the sky and think that you're looking at outer space is just your interpretation of the lights and the things that you look at in the sky. Same
each individual interpretation of Mars and Jupiter is the exact same.
Yeah, so no, I don't know, but I'm just going to finish what I was about to say, which is that you look at the image on the moon and you just interpret that to be craters on a space ball. You don't know that.
Just interpret there to be valleys, mountains, canyons, and craters.
Yeah, that's your interpretation of the image that you saw on the light in the sky called the moon. And it was given to you by other people, too. It's, do you really think you would have ever thought that had that story not been taught to you?
Good point.
Yes, because binoculars do exist.
Yes, but binoculars don't. I'm always saying this to you guys because binoculars and telescopes, they don't whisper in your ear the things that you come and say here. Because we can see the same things as you. And using a binocular or a telescope is only enhancing your vision. It's not telling you what it is or, like I said, whispering in your ear.
It can give inferences on what it is, though.
Okay.
No, you're just looking.
Do rocks usually disappear for 3 days a month?
They do on a curved Earth.
Yeah, because the moon completely disappears. The moon completely disappears for 3 days a month, which is kind of weird behavior for a rock.
Well, of course, it depends on what part you're in of the world.
No, it just completely disappears for the whole world for 3 days. It's called the new moon.
Oh, so the moon rotates, That's why.
The moon rotates?
Yes.
How? From what reference frame?
Although it is tidally locked, so we are always seeing the same face of it.
So we don't see it rotating because blah, 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 but it rotates. So this doesn't help either. So we can go back to the same question that we've been asking you all along, which everything you say is based on and depends on, which is how was this globe measured?
Also, just a quick reminder, Centaurus, a lot of people here, myself included, very much believed in the globe and tidally locked moon and all this stuff. So just want to remind you that you don't have to just tell the story one more time. A lot of people here are familiar with the story, believed it. We're looking for the proof, not just to repeat the claims again. Well, so it's tidally locked, right? Yeah, well, we used to believe that. Now it's about, can we prove that or not? But,
okay.
Yeah. I don't think the moon is even physical. A lot of people think it's a rock. You can land on it. I don't think you can land on... I don't think there's any rocks, dirt, anything like that in the sky.
And lunar eclipses.
So that's why I asked, before you move on to something else, that's why I asked...
Oh, and I want to mention solar eclipse. Total solar eclipse.
That's why I asked why... From what reference frame does it rotate? Because you've never actually seen it rotate. So that
would be fine that we have instruments to measure that, satellites and people been on the moon, but no, I'm not going to mention that here.
Well, you've never seen it rotate, have you?
I mean, no, I'm not staring at it all the time, so I wouldn't know anyway. So,
Well, you wouldn't see it rotate anyway, even if you were
And
staring.
you're admitting you can't measure it also, right? You can't do it yourself, right?
yeah, I can't do it myself. Although, if I do look at it for long enough, like if I looked at it for months at a time with a telescope, I would see lighting angles change.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's rotating it, because it doesn't rotate. We see the same face all the time.
This idea that you have that it's a tidally locked, rotating, orbiting space ball, right, is based on your idea that the Earth is a globe, right? It's based on that idea in the first place. The Earth has to be a globe in order for that stuff about the moon to follow, right? So we're back to the same question. How was it determined that the Earth is a globe?
Because everything else in space seems to be.
Space is a presupposition, and it's part of the globe story. So we need the globe first before we can get space.
We actually don't really.
We do. Because you need a medium, you need an environment for the globe to exist in, right? You need a very large and distant sun, right? So it has to be basically a vacuum medium in order to get the sun that large and that far away for the light to be parallel and all this stuff, right? So it's all part of the globe construct, this outer space idea that you have. So the very first thing that we need to confirm is the globe itself, and it just seems like we just keep dancing away from that.
So does each planet just look different because they can?
It's just a wandering light in the sky. We need.
No, but when you zoom in on them with a telescope,
need to figure out what
we're back up into the sky here when we're supposed to be discussing what we stand on, not what we look at in the sky.
No, but yes, but
Yeah, do you
what we
notice
look at in the
you don't
sky.
do this every single time?
We're talking about Earth.
Yeah, you do this every single time. We ask you, how was it established that the Earth is a globe? Because everything you talk about needs
because the globe Earth implies that it's a celestial planet.
Yeah, that's
and
big
there's
in the
others
question.
like that in the solar system. So I can use those as reference
But
points.
that's not our position. If you look at the chat really quickly, that's not our position. The flat Earth is not compatible with this planets in space orbiting the sun. So just understand that when you're arguing and trying to debate our position, it doesn't even involve that at all.
Solar system is part of the globe story too. So again, we need to figure out how the globe was proven, and you just keep trying to get away from that every single time I ask the question.
Hey, I got a quick question for you, Creation. I don't know if you know or remember, but how big is the shadow of the moon during an eclipse? I know
So
it's
like
kind
80
of
miles or something like that.
80 miles. Okay, so
I don't quote me on that, but I think it's like.
I thought it was something about that.
Right,
Yeah, I thought it was like 100 kilometers. So yeah, like 62. I don't know. But I think it's interesting because right, the moon is a quarter the size of Earth. Earth has a radius of 3959. That means it has diameter of 7918. Cut that in a quarter. You got about 2,000 mile diameter moon. Okay, how does a 2,000 mile diameter moon create an 80 mile shadow? Because I heard you bring up lunar eclipses too and shit like that. Well, I'm talking about solar eclipses, but have you ever heard of a shadow getting smaller? You know, have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Would this be the only time you've heard of it?
No.
Okay. Where do you
Can
see
demonstrate that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Can you demonstrate that for me or show me where that's demonstrated?
I could if I was using a physics simulation.
Oh.
In a computer program, not in reality. Okay.
What?
So why don't we just go back to the very
what?
first question that everything you say stems off of, which is how was the globe measured?
I probably could demonstrate it in my living room.
You're talking about the shadows again. Okay, well, if you managed to demonstrate a smaller shadow than the thing casting it, share it here. That'd be really cool. But how was the globe measured?
For CB with our crickets.
I'm in debate.
Or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
I've said this many times.
I caught CB slacking. Mark it on the calendar.
Wait, Centaur, did you say you've heard this many times?
No, I feel like I've said many times how they get the globe Earth.
That's not what you did, though.
Yeah, you said calculations. We're asking for measurements.
Yes, in trigonometry.
That's not an answer. That's just a word. You need to tell us the method.
The method in which they use?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm not that good at math.
So you didn't tell me over and over again because you don't even know the answer.
I'm sure I would if I'm good at math, but I'm not.
You don't really need to be that good at it. You can just measure an arc segment. Should be pretty simple.
Sorry. You don't have to be an expert. It's just showing your work, just like in school. Well, you know, when you get presented with a problem and you go to write the answer, it says, show your work. So we're just simply asking, show your work. What was the method you used to obtain this answer? You can't just say words like trigonometry and not expect that to be an answer.
Imagine the textbook said that. How was the globe proven? Trigonometry, and that's all it says.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just wrap that up then. Case closed. Like, no. What trigonometry? What data was used? Where did you go to? What was measured? That's kind of what we're here for. We want to really get down to the brass tacks. We want to get to the money. So we can't just one word answers are definitely not going to cut it. You shouldn't even accept that yourself. If you believe in the globe, you should be like, all right, well, damn, who did measure it? Let me go find this stuff out. For a lot of us started. And you can, start your journey at any time. We're all here to help you.
Yeah, you have all this skepticism towards reality, and it seems none towards the globe fantasy.
That's true. Isn't that interesting? A lot of people will come here and apply a bunch of rigor to the flat earth. Oh, where's your this? And show me that. Measure this. Did you do that? But they don't do that with their current belief in the globe. It's just a default position. We're just going to roll with it. Measurements, we don't even need to measure it. So it's weird. We're in this mode of asking everyone that comes here.
Okay, I'm just going to stand on this. It's very hard for one individual to prove this, especially someone like me.
So that's how it was proven? It's very hard to prove?
Many people doing research on it and studying it.
But those are just words. That doesn't tell us anything specific about the method.
I mean, it can't because I'm just a single individual.
Listen, what you'll find interesting, Centaurus, is they'll all say the exact same thing as you. So what does that lead to? Everyone's.
What if I got like a group in here?
They would all say the same stuff. Just be a group of people just like you saying the same stuff you're saying. It's happening.
No, people who actually know math and stuff.
Don't worry. They don't know anything extra. They don't have special knowledge.
They do.
Don't worry. They don't. Because we've talked to a lot of people. Well, what would that special knowledge be? Why do you think that exists?
Listen, the last time I was tested, I was at above grade 13 math level. I understand math quite fine. Add the woman, subtract the clothes, divide the legs, and multiply. Okay? We don't have a problem with math here.
We've debated everyone from the lower levels to the higher levels. There's no special information. There's no special knowledge. There's no these experts these vague people out there that seem to have the proof. They don't have it, just like you don't. And it's no offense. We're just here trying to help you realize that.
Yeah, really, his statement is just like an appeal to authority. Like, yeah, there's people smarter than me that know more than me that figured it all out, but we're telling you that when you actually get down to the brass tacks of it, there's a lot of things that they can't prove.
When you do that, it sounds like you're in a religion because you're just deferring to your priests,
Right.
It's funny.
Well, he said something. He said, no, he can't figure it out. And that's what we're here telling you, bro. You can figure this out. You've been lied to. You're plenty smart enough to understand basic things like the law of non-contradiction. Two things cannot be true at the same. Two equal things cannot be not true at the same way at the same time. Now, let me ask you, bro. You believe in the scientific method, right? Like hypothesis, prediction, observation, experiment. Do you understand the basic scientific method?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you agree? Because what this room says, one of the things this room says is that science can be tested. And if it cannot be tested, if your observation is untestable, then it's not science. You feel that that's a fair definition of science, something that can be observed and tested?
Yeah, hold on.
All right, cool, because that's what we say. If it can't be tested, then by definition, it's not science. Now, take for instance something like axial rotation, the idea that the Earth is spinning. They say at like 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Do you believe that's true?
Yeah.
Do you believe that's scientific?
Yes, I believe they use instruments.
Okay.
Satellite.
Now, can you tell us who did that? Who did the measurement? With what instrument? When was it done? When was this experiment done that demonstrated the Earth is spinning?
I guess whenever, probably not too long after Sputnik went up.
Okay, so no, that is not when it happened.
Reaction, BK. I had the same exact reaction.
Do you know when it happened and how it happened? Do you know who did it and how did he do it?
Me too. I was expecting a different answer.
What answer were you expecting?
No, sorry, don't worry about me. Just listen to BK.
So we can cut to the chase, bro. No one's ever done it. Okay, no one's ever done it. You can go look. If you find it, man, if you find that citation, bring it right back here because we'd love to see it. We're here to tell you it's never been measured. Einstein says this. Brian Cox, a modern astrophysicist, says this. Multiple astrophysicists, they all admit publicly in their writings, in their lectures, in their YouTube clips, they believe the Earth is spinning by faith. It's never been measured. It's never been tested. It's never even really been observed. We see the sky moving. All right. If the Earth was moving, you should be able to measure it.
And if you think do you think that that's the first time that they come up with axial rotation was when they sent up Sputnik? I think you need to do a little bit more research before you come back in, mate.
Okay, so I just want to ask you this real quick, bro. If what we're saying is true, if this is a claim that scientists are saying is scientific, and yet it has not been tested, it cannot be demonstrated, it has not been measured. If that is true, would you agree with us that the idea the Earth is moving at all is not scientific? Is that too much for you? How many syllables?
What? I'm talking to someone else right now.
Oh, all right. Cool beans, man.
We can move on to curriculum then.
Yeah, move on to somebody with a half a brain cell, man.
I was just going to say, Centaurus, bro, that's disrespectful, man. Can you do one thing at a time when you're trying to have an adult conversation with somebody?
I mean, sometimes you do have to go talking to someone else.
No, okay, so listen, it's usually when you're having a conversation with someone, you don't have another conversation with another person. Out of respect, you focus on one.
Yes, but sometimes I have to step away because of something in real life, you know.
Excuse me, and say, pardon me, I have to step away. Thank you.
Yeah, keep us posted, for sure. Thank you.
We'll be sitting here on pins and needles waiting for you, Centaurus. My goodness.
BK, that was good stuff, though. Let's check in and see if we have anyone else new, but...
We had curriculum, but he dipped as soon as I mentioned him.
Ooh, that sarcasm's oozing out of your speech, BK.
It's all right if you don't know how the globe was measured. Nobody does, because it was never measured. So we're all in the same boat here.
That was a really sharp way to sort of like get right into a small segment of the 3 points, though, if you caught on that. So, yeah. Ball kicker, that was fantastic. On the fly. That's nice. So hopefully he'll come back and you can finish that off. The lobby does seem to have a little bit of activity.
What, you honestly want him to come back, CB?
Centaurus? I mean, shoot.
Are you that desperate, Steve?
It's been such a
with
slow
that
day.
sort
It's
of
literally
Globus.
first baller all day.
It's funny.
Gotta feed these wolves in here.
Yeah, wolves usually like something that's kicking, something that's moving around.
Not lying on the side of the road.
We're not vultures, bro.
Good point. Good point.
Stop! He's already dead.
Notice how that guy was trying to explain the Earth model to us. Well, the moon rotates and there's angles.
Yeah,
That's what they always do.
His evidence was we don't see it rotating because it's tidally locked.
Sunspots, bro. I know, tidally locked, but it rotates. Sunspots, but
Yeah, sunspots. Why'd he even bring those up? Because we're just talking about shadow angles, and he goes to sunspots.
craters, bro. Craters.
Everything, like every conversation with him was just him being like, "Quick, look over here. Look at that. What's that?"
Yeah, that only works if you're really low IQ, doesn't it? And I gotta give him some credit though. Had you ever heard anyone say Sputnik, or what you just said, the last one?
Points for originality, right? Sputnik. I didn't even know what to say to that. I was like,
dude,
damn, how do I not just be really rude right now and just start insulting you?
Dude, I'm glad I was on mute.
He said,
my word, I know.
His answer wasn't even really Sputnik. It was like, oh, that must have been after Sputnik went up. So, like, what then? What are you even talking about?
Sorry, what were you saying? I was talking to someone else.
My
How dare you?
I liked BK's reaction to it. Oh, something after Sputnik. And then the whole room just goes quiet. He goes,
So they were already launching.
no.
They were already launching satellites before they had measured any spin of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I was asking him to think about it, mate. Do a bit of research. The ball's spinning. They sent up a satellite. Oh, the ball's spinning. Didn't know that.
It wasn't him, but he kind of has a similar voice to Sasha 2.0.
Yeah, a little bit. It's that droning satellite.
Some activity in the lobby. If you guys want to throw your fishing rods out, see if they'll come in here. I touched on a point earlier that I just think is prominent, how there's so much film of us. We sit here all day, every day, and just give out all of our, inside baseball and everything. We talk shop. The answers are all in the live stream. You just sit and listen to us for a day. You should have a general idea of what this place is about. But people don't do any of that. They go to Dave Farina and let him present a flat earth to them, and come here and ask us to defend that sloppy magic flat earth pizza carpet that's floating around in space on a damn ice cream cone. So
yeah, I told you guys, he's one of my very best friends, man. He agreed to sit down and talk with me about Effie a few months ago. And I told him, I said, if you want any information, let me know. I'll send it to you. And I basically told him, do not go online. It's kind of dangerous. Don't go online and research it yourself. I need to send you some stuff. So he went online and looked at Dave Farina. And one of the things he watched was that debate with, Dave. And oh my gosh, it makes me sick to my stomach. He went home and he convinced himself by watching that debate the Earth is round. And it's I don't know whether or not to be mad at Dave Farina or my friend for being so stupid. But literally, you're right. That guy, Dave Farina, is just, oh my gosh. I saw him and
You cut out there at the very end. I heard that.
No, I didn't cut out. I was going to say some things that I shouldn't say.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all right. We all know. Everybody says the same thing about Dave Farina. It's funny. Everybody wants to punch him at first glance. Basically, they're like, "Oh, look at that douche! I want to punch him."
Oh my gosh. Because I actually think he knows what he's doing. And
oh yeah.
Gosh. I just don't understand how anybody can listen to that guy and think that he is authoritative on anything. It's bad.
Lukey Cool Hand, I don't think we've spoke. We've been here for a while, so feel free to chime in.
Rocking you there, buddy?
Oh, is that?
I think he might have been snoring.
Oh, I thought I heard something.
Yeah. God Rocking you there, partner?
Yeah.
Okay, we're just making sure your mic was hot. We were just making sure you're all right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Glass got one of the keenest ears.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, something was happening. It sounded almost like you were playing a cricket track, but it was like a mild one. And then I was like, wait a second. No, that's snoring.
I had a brain fart the other day when the topic was off flat Earth, and I think it was brought up the futility of the drug war, and I forgot that my main point was that if I woke up in the morning and the newspapers and channels said all drugs now legal, I wouldn't run out and start buying all these crazy drugs and trying them. So, the whole idea is just insane. And then I just saw this report out in BC, in British Columbia. I'm up here in Canada. This guy is going to do a brick and mortar, legal, gray area, hard drug sell thing. And I'm just like, wow, this guy's wild, just crazy. Things up here are getting weird. The reporter asked him, what do you think will happen if the police show up or whatever? He says, well, I think worst case scenario, I'll be looking at bail, I'll get bailed out and blah, blah, blah. And then I'm thinking, how about the idea that some guys might come and jack you because, you're on telling everyone you're going to do this in a camper on the side road? Holy shit. His brother overdosed from hard drugs about 1.5 years ago. He's been clean for 15 years. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? I know there's bigger problems like saving the homeless or helping the homeless or proving the earth is flat or disproving the space agencies and having them stop robbing all the tax dollars and giving us CGI images. Well, they're kicking out families from homes because they can't pay a mortgage off. It's just ridiculous.
No, man, just keep feeding that black hole we keep putting our money into, that NASA, the space program, guys. It's important. We have to have people starve to death so that we can go to space.
Lisa Marie Presley dies at 54 due to heart complications. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about that.
Oh yeah, that's way too early. especially for a woman. Yeah, we all know what that is. Then again, we have to debate whether or not she was a woman.
Lisa Marie passed. Is that what I just heard?
That person is just going to go hang out with Dad now.
Oh, she'll be spotted here and there for the next 30 years, too.
You're not my dad!
So, guys, we need to study up on our sunspots, bro. That's our weak point.
Oh yeah,
They
that
don't
was the
talk
other
about it.
original. That was the original thing, the sunspots. I don't think he saw that on an article. We can just pull that out of
I didn't
his.
see that coming. That hit me like left field.
Yeah, he pulled that straight out of nowhere.
No, where? Where was that?
Probably his rear end.
Middle Earth. Get it? No. Nobody get it?
Oh, Globies are shy today. They said I'm not comfortable going into VC.
How does a sunspot happen on a ball of gas? How does that work?
Good point. Solar flare?
Solar flare plus there's probably some refraction involved.
Half focused on the chat.
You talking live stream or YouTube?
The lobby here in the server.
The dregs.
Yeah, man, the trenches.
Yep. The gutter.
Gulag.
Yeah. So I appreciate what everybody does in the lobby, right? The lobby gang, like you said, because
Lobby gang.
brings a lot of people this way, and that's cool.
Yeah, you're right. Because I don't really spend much time in the YouTube chat, but there's some people that manage that, and so yeah, we're all in our different little. Some people go to gems, some people go to these different servers, so we all have our little areas where we're doing our work. So we appreciate everybody.
Yes. Agreed. Hear, hear.
Get a piece of paper, draw a circle, and put a flashlight over it. What? It's so much easier if they just came in here. Like, people would rather be confused in the chat than just come and get an understanding. It's kind of weird. I get it that people are shy. Not gonna hurt you. I love when people ask, what's under you? What's under us? Is it just this? Is it infinite? One of my favorite answers is just grab a shovel. If you want to know so bad, start digging. Or do your homework. Go find out who did do the most digging. Then maybe you'll have some clues.
JB, that would take 40 seconds, bro.
Right.
My goodness.
Yeah, but they want you to give them all the answers all of a sudden. They just always need daddy to tell them answers, don't they?
You know, I want to believe that anybody can arrive at the truth about where they live. I really do. Like, Mickey was saying the other day, he was telling some guy, he's like, basically the guy was saying he was dumb, he was stupid, and Mickey's like, no, dude, you're not stupid. You can figure this out, man. But the fact of the matter is, some people are just too stupid. That's just, they're too lazy, or they're too complacent, or they're too dumb, or it's a combination of those things. But I mean, the fact of the matter is the great majority of people are not going to figure out where they live because they're too distracted by other things. And there really is a delusion and really is a spell. People really do have all of these, various beliefs. They're not smart enough to understand the science, but really it's just the science is so convoluted and so contradictory that no one can understand it because it's not understandable. It's gobbledygook. And so how can you live in a land where you're a man and you're not a man, and you can have, simultaneous, the cat can be dead and the cat can be alive simultaneously? How can you live in a world like that? And the more I'm looking into science and looking into the law of non-contradiction and looking into all the contradictory premises that are in science, it's these people don't even understand their own fields. And it's one of the reasons they can't argue their way even out of it, because of when you have a logical contradiction in your premise, which science itself I've discovered actually is it violates the law of non-contradiction, because they define science as a method that is both testable and not testable. I'm going to start out with the idea that science is something that can be observed and tested. And by the way, simultaneously true, science can be observed and not tested. If you can have untestable observations and testable observations, both qualifying as being science, then you can literally arrive at the idea of anything you want being science. And I don't think a lot of I don't think I understood that until just recently, really, that they actually they classify some sciences as being testable and others as being observable. And when they say observable, what they mean is not testable. Things like astronomy and astrophysics and cosmology and paleontology, these are called observable sciences for a reason. They're not, microbiology and chemistry and earth physics. Those things can be observed and tested and demonstrated. That's why those are called science. But we let them call these other observational things, observational disciplines that cannot be tested simultaneously science. It's madness.
She blinded me with science.
These guys have a limited script, and sadly, they don't know what half the words that they use mean anyway. Science is just a broad brush. They paint over things. They don't understand what science means. Some dude was in the chat earlier, N30. Science is, we've developed things for many millennia. It's like, you guys don't know what science is. They can't tell you what an independent variable means. The projection is just crazy.
Well, if science means testable,
go ahead.
If science means testable and not testable, CB, independent variable, what's that, bro? What does that even mean? If you don't have to test anything, you can just say you looked at something and that's scientific somehow. You take a picture of something. And that's science. I'll tell you what it's comprised of. I'll tell you what it's made of, how old it is. Yeah, sure.
You can't do that. Listen, but here's where they get caught up, because observation is part of science. And so that's where they're just going to stick. They're going to say, oh, yeah, observation is science because it's part of science. They take the part of out of it, and they just call observation science. That's how they trick people. And that's how they get people roped into the conversation, saying some weird shit and getting frustrated and all that. So
awesome. It's observably flat. That's science.
Look, guys.
By that definition, let's just wrap it up.
Millions
It's flat.
of years ago, okay? Millions of years ago. There was no real point there. None of us were here.
He must have lost his page.
Go on.
So I was watching a video earlier, and the guy asked a very important question. He said, "Go ask any, biologist, anybody you want. Ask them this one simple question: were there ever any simple organisms?" Obviously, the answer is no. They're all very complex, and what Darwin thought back in his day what organism was just little blobby jellies, right? They had no idea of the complexity. But when this is your religion that you have to teach, you can't question things except for, oh, wait a minute, science is never settled, and we don't have the missing link anyway. So where's the observation at?
What's up, Hank?
A little bit of Grand Theft Auto.
Hey, nice.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soap.
Don't forget
Would have been
the
funny
extra
if you'd have said a
mayonnaise.
large Diet Coke.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
listen, if you don't have a cabinet full of must-mayosteriones, you're not making sandwiches right.
What was that? Mustaines? Is that like a mustard and mayonnaise combo?
Okay, so check it out. I'm going to find what I was talking about. Hang on. I post it like once a week.
All right. Just been messing around with these live events.
All right, check it out. Look at this is what everybody needs in their cupboard. This is the only way to make sure you properly get the right amounts of condiments on the sandwich. Here we go. You can play that over the bot if you want. In fact, I'm about to.
Hey, Larry.
Yep.
The other day you dropped that link. I'm hearing myself.
Oh, is that me?
You? Yeah, probably was you. No, it wasn't you. Or unless you didn't fix it. Anyways, you dropped that link that cosmology has some big problems in Scientific American, and you said you were trying to get some traction on it and a couple other servers. Was anybody willing to talk with you about that? I think you said something about Kosho was looking at it, but he wouldn't respond to you yet or something.
Yeah, actually, I did talk quite a bit about it. Basically, they just say that I don't understand it.
Okay, so they're not throwing the magazine under the bus. They're just saying they can't understand English.
Well, one guy did. One guy said that it's not scientific and it's not American, and they also pointed it out that it was just one guy's opinion, even though numerous papers and articles have been written about it. It's not just one guy's opinion. So it was just tactics. A few people did say that, yeah, they agree that it's purely mathematical and you can have faith in it if you want. So there were a few honest people, but yeah, it's basically I'm serving people with it. Like once you realize that 95% of the universe is made of dark matter and dark energy, like if you don't question it, like there's something wrong with you. So I'm
Yeah,
just passing
absolutely.
it around.
So how do you feel like the article is being received by just the average Joe, not the anti-flat earthers, just some people who might be just kind of pro-globe or whatever, not the real fanatics. Doesn't matter what you feel.
Well, I texted it to people in real life, and one guy responded with true. So there was an agreement there. The thing is, this isn't like hidden, right? This isn't like secret stuff that I found.
No.
It's out there, right? They all admit, that
And it's been out for a long time.
a really long time. Yeah, the dark matter part, especially. But the dark energy thing, I think that came about in 98, or maybe they changed it in 98 because the universe allegedly is, expanding and speeding up. So it's when you contrast the two. Like first they came up with dark matter because there wasn't enough gravitation. Then they added 24% dark matter to the universe, which should have made the expansion slow down. Well, what does it do? It speeds up instead, Like there's your duckbill platypus in cosmology if you were looking for it.
I don't even know what to. When you have them fully readily admit, yeah, geocentricity is mathematically equivalent to heliocentrism. In fact, we can't debunk geocentrism at all. It's just we hold it on philosophical grounds. It's a religious belief. They use this type of terminology just outright. And how people can still be married dogmatically to the idea of heliocentrism while all of their priests are telling them there is no evidence and this is purely a religious belief. What kind of mindset does that take to live in that type of reality?
The mindset of a slave who doesn't want to be blackballed and fired and reprimanded and docked, because like if you think about it, like, okay, it's weird for Kanye to say what he's saying. It's weird for Prince to come out and say what he said. It was weird for Michael Jackson to say what he said. It was weird for Kennedy, right? But sometimes they just have to tell you the truth, right? And I think this cosmological constant crisis is one of those things where they're just, telling you the truth that, there's this hypothesis that we can't test, but it has to be there for the model to work out mathematically. So if you're one of those people that believe in the mathematical unification, right, that requires a great deal of faith. That's what the article was saying. Like, it doesn't matter if you believe it. It's fine. You can believe whatever you want. You can be a Satanist if you like. It's America, right? But, just acknowledge that it's a belief. It's a faith. It's a religion. It's a theory tale. You can't even test it scientifically. So when they say mathematical unification, they're talking about gravity functioning properly at the galactic and subatomic or quantum level. So if the math isn't working out, then there's no theory of everything. There's no unification. So you can talk about string theory or M theory or the theory of everything, but the math don't work out. And that's what I was saying a few weeks ago, and they were like, how do you know the math doesn't work out? It's right here. It's right here. That's where it doesn't work.
My internet cut out. I'm sorry. I don't know if I missed anything there.
Well, I just gave like a 45-second monologue. You didn't hear none of that?
Yeah, I heard you talk about faith. I was looking for it in the article where it actually said that. It's it does say that. It says exactly what you just said. I thought it was pretty scathing. I mean, let's see.
Well, you know, they have to tell you the truth. It's part of karmic law. So, you know, they presented a model. You accepted the model, even though you know it's not reality. And then, you know, the teacher reified the model and said, "Look, Timmy, you live here." Right? And they point to a ball on the teacher's desk. Right?
Yeah, that's something that kind of I feel like Witsit has been pointing out a little bit lately that we're kind of really apprehensive to accept, is the idea that there's an element of honesty that is required in academia that is not required in these kind of forums. Is that kind of what you're saying, or not really?
Yeah, most definitely. If you know, if certain people would just accept it, like there's an Australian guy. He's like, "Yeah, I don't believe in dark matter. I don't claim dark matter." I was like, "Oh, so you know, you don't believe in gravity then? Because if you believe in gravity, wouldn't gravity be like the same everywhere? You know, as according to how it works here?" It's like, well, no, we just don't understand yet. It's like, yeah, you don't understand. They're like, no, I mean, you don't understand. It's like, it's not rocket science to understand that it's a mathematical model.
That's just so crazy when you think about that. They can really, that's honestly what they did, was they constructed a mathematical model that worked well enough for like basically for 12th graders to not be able to debunk it. And then they drew pictures and movies and cartoons of their mathematical model and sold it to us. And that's it. It's really a bunch of cartoons that have math equations attached to them. That's really crazy.
Cartoons about religiosophy with mathematics and fairy tales.
Remember, folks, fairy tales aren't just for kids.
Yeah, there's a propaganda campaign going on in the United States, and this is how you know. If your country's at war, you're seeing propaganda. It's like, no duh. Come on.
I'd go as far as to say if you have a government, you're probably seeing some form of propaganda. I mean, that's what the word, to propagate the faith, to increase faith amongst the multitude. It's good and bad propaganda, I guess.
I'm still here. I'm just sitting here contemplating ideas for names of people. You know, when people want to jump on the mic for a while, always appreciate that. I think not enough respect. I mean, just want to give out respect to people who do that, because that's what's providing content. You know, otherwise we could just sit here and play the bot for 24 hours. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that. So
too automated.
Yeah, so I just, everyone who jumps on the mic for 10, 15 minutes is always, just want to give them a shout out. And so I've been doing this thing where, if you're like a host type of person, maybe fire up a little segment for you. We got, right now I've got Creation Bear's Den rolling. So you're now tuned in to Creation Bear's Den, man. hibernating. So I thought of Logs on the Fire with Larry. We have Helio Hour. There's In the Vault with Deo's Vault. We got Glatz Garage.
Yeah.
Lou's Lounge.
Ooh, Lou gets a good name.
I like that one, actually. I was typing out Breakfast with BK, but I don't know if that's as catchy. BK, what do you got?
I love that because I love a BK breakfast.
So,
and I like ball kicker.
Yeah, BK.
I go through stages where I'm definitely a morning person. That's for sure.
But you're not usually on here I don't know if are you on them in here with like the morning crew, Miggy?
No, not usually. If I am, I'm listening. I'm too incoherent to talk.
So then I thought of like Down Under with Timbo and T-Wad. Oh, he just joined. We have Miggy's Widge Snatcher Club when he's here. I got to come up with more names for people. I don't think I have anything for Tim. Tim Time. Yeah, when Tim's here, we have Tim Time.
I'm not a host kind of guy.
So yeah, you are. Stop it. Yeah, you are.
I mean, hosting is really just not letting dead air happen.
Yeah. The worst thing for any type of broadcasting is dead air.
I guess I'm a kind of host then.
Yeah.
That's one thing I've learned, that it's like sometimes it's okay to just come in here and monologue, even if people aren't talking or saying anything. Folks are listening.
I'm not so good at the monologuing thing, but I'm fairly good at raising questions. It's not always Flat Earth related, but it gets a conversation going most of the times.
Yeah, that's good. Keeps it flowing.
Yeah, so I'll keep coming up with some names. I think that's all I got. I couldn't come up with anything for like. I was thinking of KJ because I thought of one for Glad. I couldn't think of one for KJ.
I like Glatz Garage.
Glatz Garage, yeah, I like that too. What about Platter? Platter has joined us. We could have. He should have a good name for his.
Something in Gaelic.
Top of the morning to you. Top of the evening.
Yeah, it's definitely top of the evening here. I think Lou's Lounge takes the cake for probably best name. But In the Vault with Dale's Vault, I came up with that one the other day. I like that. But yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about before. Just that's what gives this place content, when people step up and jump on the mic. So, any freshmen out there, don't be shy. You'll earn your stripes here.
What do you think about for the Deus Vault one? What about Deus in the Vault instead of in the Vault with Deus Vault? What do you think?
Yeah, I like. Not gonna lie, I'm sticking with this theme. I have this theme. If you haven't noticed,
Yeah.
I like the theme. I'm very into themes, so I really like consistency. But no, what is it? Deus. What did you say? What was the
It's basically the same thing, but Deus Vault or Deus in the Vault.
Deus in the Vault. It's like Days in the Vault. But yeah, okay, that's pretty good.
I got KJ here too. She's behind me. We're thinking about what to call her show.
Yeah, I was thinking about it because K and J, those two words, those two letters don't normally go together for like words. I would say Killjoy, but it's like I don't want to like Killing Joy with KJ. You don't want to do something like that. So. But,
I like the one you did. You came up with one before. It was like Kill Shots with KJ. I think that's pretty dope.
Yeah, that is good.
But it's like, I don't know what kind of shots I'm going to be throwing,
KJ's Payday.
KJ's Payday. That's not bad.
Something by me.
I think it's
I guess that's not normally your vibe, is it?
It's not KJ's vibe, but that's the thing. She's such a badass, you guys. Y'all don't day to day, man. Woo. So kill shots with KJ is just fine with me. She comes on here though because she's nice when she gets on Discord because she's a sweetheart in the first place.
Heyday?
Oh yeah.
AJ's heyday. I don't know. We can workshop that.
We'll work it out. She and I. We'll talk about it. We'll bring some ideas to the table and then you guys can fill them out.
Mayday! It's KJ.
Mayday with KJ.
I don't know.
But yeah, everyone in this VC currently, your homework, by Friday, your name for your show is due by Friday. So make sure you turn that in. Ether needs one. I think AG, you need one. I don't think I've come up with a name for your show just yet. Miggy's good. Lou's good. Larry, I think we... What do you think, Larry? On the log... What did I say? Logs on the fire with Larry? Probably could upgrade that one a little bit, but not too bad. Helio Hour. That one's just classic. Done. But I think you guys get the drift. Glass Crush. Yeah. Exactly.
Lock horns with Larry, because I do like to argue.
Buck horns with Larry.
Lock horns.
I like that. All right. Well, if I notice you taking over for
Hold on.
Fire it up.
Hey, it's Lock Horns with Larry.
Lock horns with
LOCK,
Larry.
yeah.
There we go. There we go. Thank you, Glat. Yeah, that's very necessary. The L and the L. Lock horns with Larry. Yeah.
Lock Horns with Larry tonight at 9.
Fantastic. Elbow. I haven't thought of one for Elbow TV. Dropping Hellbows with Elbow. I don't know.
$1 per pound debater, Elbow.
But yeah, I'm all about it. So Matthew? I haven't thought about Matthews.
Matthew's Mischief something.
Matthew learned you.
Mysteries with Matthew. I don't know. We could probably...
Matthew's Mysteries.
Matthew's Mathematical Mysteries.
Sandbagging with Sir Matt. That's not bad. I like what Lou said though. That's the one.
Like his intellectually dishonest inquisitions.
There we go. See, everyone.
Yeah.
I love it. Everyone everyone understands the assignment here. So.
And his show would be the most popular though. Let's be honest. Everybody would pile in to hear him agree that the Globe narrative is merely a belief. All night.
Is Matthew really intellectually dishonest?
Okay, so here's the deal. He admits that it's just a belief, but then he does say like it is he personally firmly believes it, and that's really just being dishonest to himself, right? And then to us by saying that it's a globe. You see, it kind of is and it's kind of not.
I feel like his intentions are somewhat dishonest. If he's here like the rest of the anti-flat earthers to just try to intercept and keep people from finding the flat earth, then that's intellectually dishonest.
Yeah,
right there.
I agree.
Even if he admits that it's a belief of his or whatever else, if he's honest in questioning, overall his intentions are not honest.
Yep.
You will not date my daughter.
You can put Matthew in the corner and force him to be honest by asking the right questions. But if you're not very experienced with him, he can put on a good show, but you have to corner him.
Yep.
To extract the truth from him, in my opinion.
You're right, and it's hard not to get worked up by his Machiavellian calmness.
I've heard I can be annoying before.
It's different.
I don't think I've ever been annoyed by you, Hank.
Yeah, ditto.
If I'm gonna give you any critique, it's just not to be a total butt kisser. Sometimes you'll get on a roll, my man, and I have nothing wrong with that. I always, like I said, the content's always appreciated, so I can't really hate on you for getting on your roll. So I get on my rolls too. So, but no, it's been a long time since I've had that feeling. It only happens too is like when there's someone new and like everyone wants to get a piece. You're like, all right, come on, Hank, let me slide in, dog. But it's been a long time since I've felt that way. But you're an ace, my friend.
Yeah, I've heard that I can be annoying to other people that I'm debating against, and I've also heard that I'm brutal. I don't know, so I guess I'm not really annoying. They're letting me annoy them.
That's probably what it is. I mean, you got to think that you're not going to jive with everybody. I'm probably not loved by everybody. I feel like that'd be silly for me to think that. I'm sure there's some people out there that are like, oh, this guy's annoying. But just do your thing. You're not meant to jive with everybody. That's kind of what I realized. Stick to the people you do enjoy, and just try to work with other people. We're not here. We don't have to be all friends. We're all trying to just work towards the same goal. Especially if someone new is here, want to handle them with care and show them some things. But it doesn't matter if I don't like you.
Yeah, people are just going to clash. It's really weird when certain people think that they can like make everybody happy.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully, I'm not trying to make everyone happy, because I know there are certain flat earthers who don't like it when I talk about ether or deep space. But in order for me to basically, debunk all the things that they're saying, I kind of have to step into their paradigm a little bit in order to expose it for what it is.
That's some people joining. Who just joined? Also, I haven't seen Sunny in a while, so if you're listening out there, Sunny, miss you. Sippy Cup just joined. VC Verified, welcome. Have you been here before? Sorry to put you on the spot. You're welcome to say hello.
Hi, I've been here a few times, just listening.
Cool. Welcome. Are you Team Globe or are you Flat Gang? Maybe you're on the fence?
I'm pretty much Team Flat.
Team Flat, okay. Cool. If I said, like, boats go over the curve or something like that, what would you do? Do you have some good proofs for the flat Earth?
Well, the only thing I have is I was up in Michigan and I did feel like I saw the skyline in Chicago on the beaches, which was kind of wild.
Nice, but it seems like you don't understand. That's actually...
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Maybe.
I'm just kidding. That's just what the globe. Have you heard that clip before?
I mean, I hear a lot of people saying it's like reflection or whatever off the water, but
yeah,
I'm not sure.
No, I think the news came out when people were like, "Wow, look at this! You can see across the lake," and they're like, "Well, it's a mirage," So they're trying to cover up this beautiful flat Earth of ours. So that's cool. Michigan, so cool. Well, welcome. How did you find yourself? Obviously, you've been here since November. Brings you in today? Yes.
Wanted to let you on board.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good place to kill some time, for sure. Have you met any of our Flat Earth ladies before?
Last night there was one in here, but I don't remember what their name was.
Tomorrow we'll have a ladies' night. I'm gonna give you a ladies' night tag. We do ladies' night on Friday. So the Flat Earth gals will take over and kind of host the live feed, and so anyone new will speak to them. It's a really good time, and we get a big turnout usually. And I think for now, KJ is one of our Flat Earth gals. She might be busy, but maybe she'll say hello at some point.
Hey. Welcome to the server.
Hi. Thanks.
Yeah, but if you're in Eastern time, because I'm familiar, I'm in Ohio, so Michigan's, I think we're in the same time.
I'm in Ohio too, actually. I was
Nice.
just up there, on vacation and I saw it, so. But
Right on. Yeah, so it'll be 5 p.m. Tomorrow. So if you want to tune in, you're welcome to pop in and see what that's like. Hopefully we'll have a nice turnout tomorrow.
all right, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we're just checking with new people. If anyone has anything to add, feel free to chime in. Got a pretty decently sized panel here. Zero stress with Ethergress. That is good. Mickey's in here lurking.
Have you guys heard my anti-gravity is gravity theory?
I haven't. You want to give us a rundown?
So we know several things can make objects levitate. You can use buoyancy or sound waves, magnetism, right? There's statics. There's many things that you can do to make things levitate. So if something is levitating, just floating in air because of one of these things. Let's say I had a bunch of them, right? And let's say, I hit a switch and killed all those things at once. They would all fall down, right? So why did they fall down? Well, the lack of anti-gravity would be the cause, right? Because anti-gravity was holding it up. Turn that off, it went down. So anti-gravity is gravity. I'm still working on that one.
Have you presented this to any globe earthers?
Yeah, they didn't like the word anti-gravity. That was their main concern.
Did they want to offer you another word for it, or?
Well, they just said that it triggered them and they couldn't listen to the rest of it because it was so triggering because I used the word anti-gravity. So what should we call it? What do you call things that float? Like things that are levitating. Levitation is the cause of things going down. How about that? Is that better? Less triggering?
Levitation.
I guess it would be the lack of levitation. That's why things fall down. So why do things fall down? Lack of levitation. Duh. I'm still working on it. It's new.
Okay. I mean,
God, that's sad. We were talking earlier this morning about that. Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I think you should stick with anti-gravity and gravity.
Right, levitation sounds weird.
Just to trigger them. It's just for the laughs.
I actually like that tactic of just getting a reaction like I've been thinking about calling the globe Earth just a different name entirely, like E-Arth. Just don't even give it the credit.
Can we call them the Dark Matterers?
Dark matter matters. That sounds. Dark matter's real. I believe in it. That's such a silly concept to me. Like they're basically saying, okay, so there's matter out there that it probably exists that we've never discovered before. Let's give it a fancy label, and then magical powers we can make up. Like,
but then there is also the oxymoron that they call it dark, as in, but we cannot detect it or observe it.
It's imaginary.
Yeah.
Just
invisible matter.
Well, stuff we don't know yet. Matter. Like, it's silly.
Imagination.
Yeah.
Anything I want.
Like, give me a jar of dark matter.
If I had some dark matter, I would distill it. Helio's like, fuck yeah, we would.
It'll get you drunk.
Well, earthshine is brighter than moonshine.
What we put it in to steal it.
But it also doesn't make sense because they claim that the majority of the dark matter is in the rim of the galaxy, in the outer rim, like what's it called, a halo or something like that. But wouldn't it make more sense that it would collect in the center? Like, not sure.
Well, they need it at the outer part, at the outer arms, the most.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's where the problem is. So basically, the galaxy's spinning 10 times too fast, and the outer arms spin faster than the inner orbits, which is opposite of the solar system. And that's a problem. It's literally their duck-billed platypus. Like, how do you explain that? What is it related to? And it's like they don't really have an answer. They just said, well, it has to be there. Well, actually, what they say is they indirectly observe it. It's like, yeah, you got a problem with the math and you're just filling holes, basically.
Yeah, we're missing 97%, so it must be there.
You said you're filling what?
You talking to me?
Oh, I'm just messing around.
What? In a world where no one can measure curvature, last time on Immeasurable Curvature.
Also been working on that one that I came up with the other day. We set a new record recently for the shortest day. So if they trip out over a couple of milliseconds, that's changing the what they say is the Earth's rotation causing the day, but it's actually just the solar day. If it changes the solar day, then that means the kind of refraction that they would need to bend around the Earth at 250 miles for, those long distance observations, that would change the actual length of the day because it would be based on the sun, right? And it doesn't matter what model you're in, that if that kind of refraction is going on, if you're in the globe model, then the length of the day would vary considerably if light could refract that far away. So imagine the sun is already set, the terminator line is right there where you're at. So it's like the sun has gone down, it's getting dark, but then all of a sudden, a gust of cold wind comes in, and all of a sudden there's all this refraction and it's daylight again. That shit doesn't happen in real life. So for the day to change by less than a couple milliseconds, and they're like, this is a new record, then their super parabolic refraction isn't happening. That's another one I came up with.
Yeah, we also have to consider that it's a new record since they implemented the atomic clock in, don't hang me up on this, in the 60s or something like that. So they only have like 60 years of measurements. But there is also another chart that is going back to like 1830, which actually show a fluctuation that would give a shorter day than the one we measured here last year. Just I don't know, a side note. Because I was looking that shit up the other days because they were talking a lot about it. So I was trying to find as many charts and stuff like that about fluctuation of the length of day. And what they are going after is the implementation of the atom clock or atomic clock. And that has only been like 50 to 60 years. So it's like the record within the last 60 years, but they are pretty much ignoring all the other charts that is going back to 200 years ago.
So the clock is basically trying to model the heavenly bodies, and the day is based on the sun, the moon, or the stars. So the sidereal day has a different length, right? But if what they're saying is going on, that kind of refraction would create different sunset and sunrise times. So we're basically at the point now where we've turned it around on them. We're asking them, how does a sunset work on a globe? Because if the sun went down and there was a terminator line, refraction could kick up and bring the sun back up if the weather pattern changed or the conditions, temperatures over water, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I see this whole length of day as a climate change chapter 2 or something like that, where they look at some readings and they blow it up. But if you also look at the readings of temperature, we know we have hot periods and we have cold periods, and it's just what it is. And the same with the length of day. We see when we look at these charts, whatever, if you trust in these charts or not, that the day length fluctuates with milliseconds, as you said. So it's just the same. Like the mainstream is just trying to blow it up to something people have to get some build up fear around, just like the climate change. That's how I see it. Just again, a side note.
Yeah, that climate change thing is really weird too, because the climate changes and they're saying that, it's basically man that's causing the most of it. Like, what about the sun? How much, does the sun, because think about how much energy the earth is absorbing and the oceans in one 24-hour period from the sun. And it's like, oh no, couldn't be the sun causing the climate to change. It has to be, some guy with a 1.2 liter engine in his car. He's the one doing it,
Yeah.
It's obviously not the military intelligence industrial complex, flights all over the world gathering information on people. It's not them.
I just see some parallels. It's like it's the same blueprint they're using about these two things. They're taking some wake numbers, building it up to something it isn't. The public is thinking about it. There is some hints of it is the humanity's fall or something like that within the articles, and people are, yeah. That's just how I read these kind of things. Nothing to see here, pretty much.
They sweep everything aside, frame the narrative the way they want to.
Yeah, I mean, we do know that mainstream media and stuff like that is giving us something the one day, and then they're taking it away the other day to pretty much demoralize the public. And when they're also spitting in some fear that shouldn't be there, well, that just enhances that demoralization effect. And when people are in fear, they're easier to manipulate into giving up some of their basic rights or increasing taxes, or like people in fear are distracted.
Wait, what was that? I'm kind of scared right now.
I bet you are. I mean, I'm just sharing the thoughts I have around this subject. Like, I could be completely wrong, but I do think that I'm mostly right. But yeah.
Should I fire up Tim Time or
no? No, I was just.
Come on.
I was just trying to add to what Larry was bringing up and have a conversation.
No worries. I was just messing around.
Yeah, I know.
Like a Tim Tam?
Tim Time?
I think it's so catchy. It's so good.
Tim Time. Tim Tams for Tim
It's
Time.
like one of my... It's got to be top 3 for me. I think that's catchy. Down Under with T-Dub and Timbo. I think that's good too. Down Under.
I love hearing you guys try to make the Australian accent.
Oh, I can teach you to speak Australian. It's real easy. Say the words rise, like rise above, and then up, and then lights, like light in the sky. Say it.
Risey Blides.
Is that what you shave with?
I shave my face with Risey Blides.
Right. Do I really sound like that?
Probably not.
Yes, you do.
Wait, but we haven't heard your best American accent, though.
Mine.
Yeah, let's do it. American accents, man. I want to hear them.
Come on, T-Dub.
Okay, what style?
Yeah, because just whatever you got. Most people go for that Southern Kentucky type accent. That's cool.
Well, I can do the whole dead air Dave. How's that?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Do you have one that's not Southern?
It's kind of hard. You gotta really sound like you're really accentuating shit.
That's really good.
That's awesome, bro.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I got a big smile on my face. I'm
Well done.
early.
Me too. Well done.
Yeah, Matthew with a new name. What the fuck?
Howard Cosell here.
If it ain't related to football or baseball, we're not interested.
Yeah, somebody changed my name. I've never changed my name here.
Curves. Oh dear.
I'm just listening. I don't know what's going on.
Hey, Cosell. Now I was just going to give you guys a shout out for joining in recently. Thanks for popping in. Matthew's just popped in as well. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
We had a couple people that joined recently that said they met up with Flat Earth Dude over there in Orange County. You met up with Flat Earth Dude, didn't you, Matthew?
Yeah, LA County. Oh, wait. No, it was Huntington Beach. That's right. At the September solstice, we met up at Renee's place, and then he had something in December that I didn't go to.
That's really neat. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, it was cool to hang out with people for a while.
Anyway, what brings you around into the saloon tonight, Matthew? How can we help you?
Usually the same reason as always. I'm like going through boring emails, answering questions, but wanting to listen to see what's going on. I listened to the modern day debate between Whitsitt and Dell.
Dell sounded a bit dense.
I only
Give
heard
any-
the last half an hour or so.
Oh, I only listened to the first 20 minutes.
Okay.
When was that?
Oh, it just ended maybe half an hour ago.
Do you guys want to give any commentary on that, Tim or Matthew?
Dell was saying that he works with satellites, like he's received radio signals from satellites. I don't know what his job was. So
No, it was like this. He has a friend that is working with these kind of things, and so he has quote unquote first-hand experience or experienced anecdotal evidence or something like that. That's how I got it in the first part. But he seems like he was drunk, very hypey, didn't listen.
Drunk on that earth shine, huh?
Yeah. That's why I left, because there was nothing to it. Like, I mean, Richard could say something, and yeah, I don't know. He didn't seem like he actually wanted to be there. That other dude.
That sucks. You're definitely saying it was the Glober that was intoxicated, right?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I mean, even his there was these 10 minutes openings, and he pretty much didn't say anything. It sounded like he didn't have anything prepared. He was just rambling on, and it was a lot about like he get a thought in the moment, and he had to work that thought out, like nothing prepared. Then Richard came with his 10 minutes prepared to the dot, and the 40 minutes forward and back started, and the first 10 minutes was just Dale wasting time, pretty much. Didn't address anything, just talked out of his ass, and that's why I left.
Matthew, if you were going to debate Whitsitt, what would be your strategy?
No. What would be the topic?
Oh, well, the topic would be, what is the shape of the Earth?
Oh yeah, but there is some subcategories, and it's just a debate platform, so you cannot get around everything. You know, if you have to go in depth on a few things.
I guess I would bring up the success of GPS satellites and TV satellites, sunsets, the constant 15 degrees per hour motion of the sun, and the stars, stuff like
Matthew,
that.
what's success with satellites?
Oh, satellite TV works and GPS works.
Satellite TV.
So everything they say about satellites has to be
you
true.
think when you point out your satellite dish, it's like directly connected to the satellite that is spinning around the sphere?
Not directly connected, just using radio waves.
Okay.
So it goes if TV, then globe.
If there's something in the sky that you have to carefully aim at and it never moves for decades, then the globe model has a better explanation for that phenomenon.
I have a question on that then. Matthew, is it possible, this is yes or no, please be honest, is it possible that it also could be towers that are really tall and that have been there for decades?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Matthew, let me read you this, man. This is very interesting. Okay, this comes from a man called John F. Raki, Air Force Institute of Technology. Navigation using satellites, beacons, and signals of opportunity. He writes in his introduction, while GPS has been a driving factor behind most of these trends, there are limitations to GPS that have become more evident over time as we have increasingly come to rely on navigation. The shortfalls in GPS could be called the navigation gap, as depicted initially in figure 1. So he's going to describe the figure. I can also post it in here if you want to, but really not that interesting. It is indeed interesting, but what is more interesting is the last sentence where he sums it up. So let me read that one. But there still remains a gap where availability, accuracy, or reliability of GPS by itself is not sufficient for many applications. Ironically, it is in just such urban indoor locations where many people spend most of their time. In fact, odds are that you will have hard time obtaining a high accuracy GPS fix where you're reading this paper. And then it goes into advantages of using advantages of navigation using pseudolights. Pseudolights can operate as an argumentation as well as a stand-alone system. Since the same receiver tracks both the pseudolite signals and the GNSS signals, by any combination of pseudolights/GNSS signals can be used to form a position solution. As a result, even adding 1 or 2 pseudolite signals to existing GNSS signals can have a significant effect in cases with poor GNSS coverage.
Yeah, he's right. The GPS satellite signals don't work indoors very well. Also in tall buildings, like if you're in downtown Manhattan, it doesn't work very well because the signals bounced around too much. It's also not very precise. It's only precise to 5-10 meters, something like that, which is good enough for driving on roads. So there are tricks that cell phones use to get more precise data, like nearby Wi-Fi signals and cell tower triangulation. So he's right. You need a clear view of the sky in order to get an accurate.
I know what you're saying. It says here, over the past couple of decades, there have been a number of trends that driven the desire to improve our ability to navigate in all environments. Previously, the primary desire was to navigate single standalone systems such as a car, but now the desire is increasingly to have simultaneous navigation awareness of multiple interdependent systems such as a traffic notification system in a car. Previously, navigation capabilities could not always be counted on, but increasingly navigation is considered to be an assumed infrastructure, like knowing the lights will come on when you turn on the light switch. Previously, navigation accuracy of 5 to 10 meters seemed almost extravagant when other worldwide navigation options prior to GPS, namely Omega 1 and standalone inertial, had accuracies more on the order of 1 to 2 kilometers. Now many applications require meter or sub-meter level accuracy, such as precision agriculture. Previously, due to cost, power and size constraints, it was generally only feasible to know where the big things are, such as airplanes. Now navigation is desired on more and more smaller objects, such as cell phones. And again, then he goes into why we should use satellite-based navigation to increase the accuracy of these areas. So the only thing I would raise as a question, right, is because, as globals or flat earthers, what I hear a lot in discourse is that people say, let's imagine, okay? Or let's think about this. And I would say, why not put in question the very reason to why in the first place put satellites into space? If we already have established the fact that 99% of all the internet is going through undersea cables, which is, almost the most traffic of communication we use nowadays, then why is it we had perfect navigation regarding VOR flights in the past decades in aviation, regarding a Concorde, for example, flying from one continent to the other faster than a bullet, able to do so by just using ground-based navigation system? Why even make the step and put billions upon billions of dollars in projects that would shoot dishes into the air that sometimes even fail or crash, to just realize at the end that really to get the most accuracy to the centimeter, we need to use ground-based satellites to make that even possible, especially in the areas where it's a necessity, which could be cities, remote places with a lot of forest and wood, and so forth. In general, for having, let's say, self-driving cars and so forth, where you need this high accuracy. So how is it that we just literally wasted billions upon billions of money to just come to that conclusion that we can, like he says in here in this document, he also gives a example for it further down the page, where he gives an example by the Air Force testing a system. Soilite example 21. In 1995, the 746th Test Squadron at Holman Air Force Base was attempting to develop a flight reference system that would be immune or at least resistant to jamming podcasts toward the flying aircraft. The thought was build system like the shown in Figure 7, which was mobile soilite on an aircraft is received by several receivers on the ground in order to determine the position of the aircraft. So which means that you can have a complete GPS system that is ground-based and it has no necessity for any signal coming from space, still giving you the exact positions of an aircraft, for example, or a car or whatever object you might need to track or triangulate. So is that, would you say, I mean, there was a lot of words, but I think,
It
Matthew,
was, yes.
you're one of the person where I think you're still able to follow
I agree.
me.
It was, yep.
Would you think it is a legitimate question to ask why we have this one period of time where we've spent, and still do it, but one particular period where we spent since 1995 to up to, I think, 2010, 2015, why we spend so much money into satellites that just shows that they're actually, in fact, not that accurate, and we need to rely on more accuracy that is only possible through satellites, which is a ground-based system. Would you say it's just, in
Clay,
general,
you gotta make it short and sweet, brother.
yeah? Do you think it is legit to put that in question like I do? Like, is it logical what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying.
Is it worth the money? I think the answer is yes. As you read in that paper, before GPS, the best systems had accuracies of like 1 or 2 kilometers. And so GPS fills the need of kind of being in the middle ground where it can be an accuracy of 10 to 15 meters. So even if you don't have perfect centimeter accuracy.
No. You're sorry. I'm just keep your thought real quick. I'm just saying he means GPS, namely Omega 1, the standalone inertia, had accuracies more on the order of 1 to 2 kilometers. He's actually referring to the very much space to the GPS that they have created through satellites, supposedly, that only give you 1 to 2 kilometers position or accuracies.
GPS gives you accuracy of 5 to 10 to 15 meters, something on that range. And so that is pretty good. It's good enough for car navigation. And it is a very cheap way to provide navigation services to the entire world. And it's been very successful. I mean, almost everybody uses it when you're navigating in the car.
Yeah, it is.
But it's the Internet of Things, not things that are in orbit, right? It's, people's Wi-Fi routers and all sorts of other towers, even cell phones that aren't even on the same plan still share GPS data, with other phone plans, right? So there's no way to verify that signal's coming from quote unquote outer space or deep space orbit, because if there was a balloon up there, it could be small enough where you couldn't see it, but you're still getting a signal strength that is adequate for what you think would happen if it was in orbit.
Right. So some of the evidence that points towards it not being balloons and not being cell towers sometimes. So you're right. Cell phones do use those sometimes, but if you're out in the middle of the desert, a long way from any cell service, or if you're in the middle of the ocean, hundreds of miles from any tower, then a GPS still works, and that's evidence that it's not based solely on ground-based towers.
Well, we know that they're sending up balloons since the 1860s, right? You can look into that. It's pretty simple to find, right? That the U.S. military has been sending up, balloons with cameras on them since the Civil War, since Lincoln was president. So, I mean, technology's obviously gotten better since then. And basically what that means is they got something up there, but you guys think that they're like perpetual falling machines, right? That never fall down.
Falling is one way of describing orbit, and so the question is, what is it that broadcast GPS signals. And we globe earthers say, well, the simple and obvious answer is GPS satellites. But if you don't think the space is real or that it's a second law of thermodynamics violation, then you would have to posit that it must be some kind of balloons that stay up there for a long time somehow.
That's not true, because I've gotten signals from people in Georgia, Arizona, just with a 9-foot steel whip on my Toyota pickup truck. So there's that kind of technology that exists, right? We're talking about a battery from a car, and I'm talking with just 12 volts of battery for like hundreds and hundreds of miles. So I don't know why you would assume that it has to be coming from space. We got that kind of technology that can travel like hundreds of miles, and it's just signals, right? So it has a ping. So if there's triangulation capable, then it's using the same math, same technology. Mike out.
Anyways, I just wanted to bring it up. It's just strange. Well, that we need to rely on ground-based technology to make something as GPS be more accurate. And that it says that you can have this ground-based satellite technology to be a standalone system. So which concludes that even GPS would be possible on a flat stationary enclosed system. That's actually just the main reason why I'm trying to show that even through the publications of narrative information, you can conclude that neither things prove you have to be geosending a stationary or a spinning ball, but on both it would work. But one side definitely has shown to be working for decades using ground-based technology. The other side still has comic pictures regarding real pictures of satellites.
Yeah,
And
but satellite TVs have worked for decades also.
Dude, but you just agreed. Would that also be possible if the satellite dishes would just point to the next big transmit tower or station giving that signal?
Yeah, but satellite dishes are pointed straight up to the sky.
No, not all satellite dishes. That's
not all
true.
of them, but many of them are.
I'm sorry,
Many
Matthew.
of
I have to
them
cut
are.
you off. Just today, I saw a satellite dish pointed at about a 45-degree angle towards the sky.
Yeah, it depends on your latitude. So
No. It's either straight up from each position, like straight up 90 degrees, right? Totally vertical.
Sometimes it's straight up, but not here in the northern hemisphere.
Oh, so it changes sometimes.
It changes based on your latitude, right?
Okay, so it's not straight up.
Not always. In Quito, Ecuador, there are some that point straight
Bro,
up.
I'm destroying you tonight, so I'm not sure if you want to rewrite that script and come back or whatever. Anyway,
I
go ahead, guys.
I must have missed how you destroyed me.
Sorry, what?
You said you were destroying me tonight, and I must have missed it.
Matthew, would you agree that TV...
Sorry, I didn't hear it, but I'm going to let these guys continue. I love you guys. Even you, Matthew, but come on.
Likewise.
Would you also agree that TV would also work with a ground-based system where you have a big tower that's just transmitting over a certain area of, like, let's say 30, 40, 50 kilometers, a signal that can be received by people pointing that dish in the right direction?
Okay, so you're talking about ground-based broadcast TV or FM radio, for example. That's how that works. Yes, that works really well.
No, I'm just saying in general, could it be that what you think is your dish pointing to a reflector that is outside of our atmosphere, revolving around Earth, flying insane speeds, giving you your TV channel, could also be just possible with a tower that is very high and just pointing, covering a distinctive area. Is that a possibility? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's a possibility for certain satellite. Satellite dishes are pointed closer to the ground.
Would it be cheaper to do it like that?
Businesses are almost always concerned about making it as cheap as possible, so
Yes.
it would be cheaper to use satellite antennas.
So is there maybe a reason why we have so many towers being erected and still going on? Like I live very remote area in a small village here in Germany, very quiet, but literally I in a radius of 20 kilometers, I would count up to at least 10 to 15 towers extremely high. With so many dishes on it, I have no clue what they all do, but
They're probably microwave towers or cell towers, but I'm talking about satellite TV dishes that point straight up or close to straight up that aren't aimed at any tower or ground.
you know what's even funny if I just come to my mind and think about it? Our satellite dish is literally aligned with these two big towers that we have right next to our village. Like, I'm not even lying. I can, if you want to, you can on Google Maps make a. Oh man, that's pretty bad. I should not share that, but I could share it privately with you. Literally, if I just think about the satellite dish is right outside there on the terrace, and it just points directly. Yeah, it's perfectly aligned actually with these two towers. It was actually insane. I never thought about this. Let me see. So here's our satellite dish. Let's make a line. Yeah, it's a straight line to these two towers. That's actually cool to know. You know, I'm just hypothetically thinking that's where the TV signal is coming from. It's just a cool coincidence, you know, that if I just don't line it up like it, because I can remember as a kid when I used to, you know, watch TV, and there was, for example, bad weather, like heavy rain or something, and the TV signal was lost, and I would, you know, just flimsy play around with the satellite dish, and it must be like perfectly, like you don't get the signal you want if it's not like to the millimeter perfectly pointing to where the signal comes from. And it just makes sense now for me. It always needed to be perfectly aligned with these towers. Isn't it also crazy that, you know, just bad weather like rain can literally make you stop being able to watch TV, at least where I live. So I just wonder if a plane flies to bad weather.
Yeah, so what do you think I posted a picture. What do you think that black satellite dish is pointed at?
I know what it's pointed at.
Black satellite. Which is the black one? You mean the more dark one than the others?
Yeah, the darker one to the right of that red sign.
It's pointing to the sky, yes.
Yes, but I'm asking, what do you think it's aimed at?
I'll tell you.
I'm not sure, man.
It's aimed at something.
Okay, so but it's something that humans made, right?
Yeah, it's something. A transmitter of some sort.
Right. That's I would agree. And it doesn't move. It doesn't change. It just is always pointing in the same direction.
But
well, I guess there's something.
Something is pointing either.
Why do we need to go further than that? Why do we need to invoke tin can satellites in a thermodynamics violation around a ball that hasn't been shown to exist?
Because they don't change location, whereas if you put balloons in the jet stream, they do change location.
So just pointed at something that doesn't change location.
Right.
Okay, good to know.
We Globers have an explanation of what that is, and I'm unaware of any reasonable
It's
explanation.
incompatible with reality.
Except that it works. What do you mean?
It doesn't.
Work.
You need a measured radius for that one to fly.
So they've spent thousands of dollars making this satellite to help fool the rest of the world?
No, I don't think that's why they made transmitters. I don't think they made them to fool. Actually, you could kind of twist it into that and argue that TV is meant to fool the world. Yeah, maybe.
Because I think that satellite dish is actually pointed at a transmitter.
Yeah, it's pointed at a transmitter. Is that transmitter a tin can in a vacuum orbiting a ball that you can't show us a measured radius for?
I understand that you don't think it is, but I'd be curious to hear what you do think it is.
I think it's something.
I agree. Something.
I don't think it's something that utilizes a ball, a globe with a radius, because I don't think that exists.
So you're just going to say it's something, but you have no idea what it is, right?
I don't know exactly what it is. Why would I go further than saying something?
Do you think somebody knows what it is?
I think the people who built it know that it's a transmitter, but maybe only the few that actually put it up where it is know how it's doing that.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that. That they're human beings who built the transmitter and they know how it works.
Yeah, but that's just the transmitter part of it. How did it get where it is, and how does it stay there? That's another question.
So you may have to ask the people who put it there.
You should ask them, because this is your claim.
I mean, I know what they would say, but...
Because I don't really care how it got there. If somebody brings a story to me about them that requires a globe, then I'm just going to ask for the measured radius.
Are we talking about I joined this conversation a little late. What satellites are saying that they're doing, but they're not actually doing what they're saying they're doing?
Dest, if you look at the recent picture in the chat, I posted a picture of a satellite dish that appears to be pointed straight up, and the question is, what is it pointing at?
Oh, okay. I'll take a look. Thanks.
31 past the hour, the darker one near the center.
Did you guys already go over, why there's so much ground cable throughout the Earth and why satellites?
That's a separate question. Most internet traffic is routed through fiber optic cables at the bottom of the sea. The question is, what is this particular satellite dish pointed at? Do you have any suggestions or thoughts?
I'm still actually trying to find the image.
31 past the hour. Scroll up a little bit. There's a text channel right above the live stream you're talking in called Live Statistics. Okay.
Okay, got it. Sorry, the wrong one.
Thanks, Platter. Platter reposted it.
You only see the dishes. You don't see what it's pointed at, though, right? So you're just taking it on faith that what the story you're told about what they're pointing at is true, right?
I'm just sort of stepping back from that and just asking a question. What do you think it's pointed at? That's my question.
So you don't know either.
No, I have an answer. I understand that you don't agree with my answer.
Do you know? And I didn't ask that. I said, so you don't know either, right?
Oh, I have a likely
trying out a new script, guys. Just let Matthew do it. He's trying out a new couple lines. Go ahead.
No, I'm not trying out a new line. I just have this picture.
But you don't know. Is that correct? You don't know.
I don't know. I have heard a story that sounds reasonable and matches the observations. And so I generally think that's probably true. But I understand that you won't like my story that I believe. And so I'm curious what you would offer as an alternative.
But you understand why we don't like the story.
Sure. Yeah.
Why we don't accept the story. Because there's no curvature to match the story.
Sure. Yeah. No, I understand your argument, but
so it doesn't match observations then.
I'm just talking about the simple observation that satellite dish just pointed up. I'm not trying to get complicated.
Well, if it invokes a globe, then it doesn't match observations.
Oh no, I haven't brought up the globe. I'm just asking about this particular observation. Like, let's just take one thing at a time and say, what do you think it is?
Something.
Did you guys already talk about, when people put a satellite dish on their house, they're assuming that they're getting that signal from outer space, from satellites in space, but are they really getting it from there? I mean, when I talk to someone who kind of is in that industry, he's like, no, the satellites in space can barely provide enough Wi-Fi or whatever for your TV and streaming. So they must be getting it from some other ground tower. But yet the average human thinks that when they put a satellite dish on their roof, that it's coming from space.
Yes, you're saying there's disagreement about where the signal's coming from.
Yeah. Because what do we, like, for example, when they're tracking planes, when you're a passenger on a plane, you're assuming that satellites are helping to track that plane, not just the ground tower. However, at certain times during the flight, the ground towers, get out of range, and then that plane goes off signal until it gets picked up again by another ground tower. Why isn't it just staying on track with the satellites up above? Because that's from somebody who works, I think it was like a TSA or whatever the name is, that I've talked to personally. And he was like, yeah, they just get out of range and da-da-da-da. He had some excuse. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, so my understanding of how air traffic control works is that over the continents or over land, planes are tracked by radar, ground-based radar, and they're rarely tracked by satellites.
But isn't it odd that the average person assumes that they're being tracked by satellites, just like the average cable user or satellite dish person thinks it's coming from space, when in fact it doesn't look like it?
Whether the average person believes something or not is almost irrelevant to whether it's true or not. So you're right, people believe some weird things.
But it's about pushing the lie. I mean,
but nobody's lie. Who has ever told the lie, so to speak, that airplanes are tracked by satellites? Nobody says that.
Well, that's because nobody really asked the question when they assume that it's on that radar tracking that it's coming from satellites. I'm just going from the perspective of, I was basically in the dark on this till just recently, and that was always my assumption because that's what everybody assumes.
Is it? I mean, it's called radar, and everybody. I would assume that everybody knows that planes are tracked by radar because there's radar, not satellites. I mean, but you're right. I don't know what the average person thinks.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I know that too, but I think most people that are just kind of going through their life are assuming when they turn on the TV that that's some sort of satellite signal, most likely, if they have a dish on the roof, and then if they get on a plane, that it's going to be tracked by some satellite tracking device, just like GPS is going to be, they think is being tracked by something in the space. But when I've dug deeper, it's like you can't find any images of satellites in space. You can't find the evidence that it's really being tracked by something that's orbiting the Earth. And then on top of that, I've talked to astrophysicists. They're like, well, actually, satellites can only last like 3-4 years and they have to come down. I was like, well, that's weird because we don't really ever hear about, oh, this satellite came down and that one had to be launched up instead. We just assume they stay up there bombarding meteorites that of any size. And then if you talk to an astrophysicist, they're like, oh, well, it's a grain. It's because meteorites are the size of grains of sand. Well, they tell us that meteorites are hitting the moon and creating these big craters. So they've got to be the size of a football or a rock. And so if there's 23 million apparent meteor showers hitting satellites or not damaging satellites, isn't that a little odd to you that we never really hear about them being bombarded by some sort of meteor shower? It's like, oh, they just take on damage. No one really talks about it on the day-to-day.
So FM radio towers are also subject to rust and need to be repaired. So they take down radio towers and put up new ones. But when's the last time you heard about that in the news? Just because something isn't in the news doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but isn't it odd that it's I know what you're saying.
I don't find it odd. So how come? I mean, do you find it odd that you've never heard about a FM radio tower being replaced, even though it happens all the time?
No, but I think it's odd that we never really hear about satellites. In fact, you could Google Starlink satellites are launched by Elon Musk, like 47 of them, and then the next day they got all wiped out from a solar flare. That's what I thought was odd. I'm like, what is really going on here? It just seems like a smoke and mirrors, and that's just because I have
made the news because it was relatively new. So yeah, but generally you don't see that kind of mundane stuff in the news.
Well, if you just go looking for it, these kind of make the headlines. The point I'm making is it seems like after looking into the fact that we're not on a globe and the Earth is not curved and that we're not spinning, that they're just putting these articles out there day in and day out so that the average person who's scrolling through Google News just sees, oh, satellites in space, and they just keep reaffirming the space model. But that's why I'm here to listen in and see the other perspective of everyone else and just sharing as another person who doesn't I'm not an expert in this. I'm still learning, but I'm just pointing out things to you that maybe you haven't thought about, or another perspective for you to kind of take into consideration as you continue your search for the truth.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I understand what you're saying.
But again, Matthew, regarding the one satellite dish that is going straight up in the sky, could it be that due to higher elevation, if, for example, there would be a tower sending out a signal from a very high elevation regarding that receiver, which is the satellite dish pointing up directly into the sky, would it be also be able to just receive that signal if it comes from a higher elevation point than the dish itself is?
Those are parabolic dishes that are directional, and from the direction of the dish is pointing, it's sending and receiving in a line that's basically straight up from that building. So it's not aimed at any high mountains or anything like that. And from the size of that, I would assume that's a broadcast dish more than a receiver dish.
Anyways, who needs TV? Anyways, right?
Well, that's true. I mean, we have streaming these days and YouTube and all that type of stuff. So who watches broadcast TV? I mean, I watched broadcast TV when there was the World Cup finals. So sometimes I want to watch it.
Why is
So
the
where
globe,
are you at? Oh, go ahead.
Why is the globe always inferred and never just demonstrated directly?
Because some parts of the globe are not visible to human senses, kind of like Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is always inferred but never sensed directly.
It seems like it's more like a ghost than Wi-Fi.
I mean, Wi-Fi, you can use instruments to test it, but you can't see it with your own eyes.
Yeah, what instruments could we use to test the globe and to demonstrate its existence?
Robot cameras in space would be the best one.
A thermodynamics violation?
It's not a thermodynamics violation. That's just a misunderstanding of the second law.
Okay, can you demonstrate a high pressure gas pressure system inside of a vacuum not filling that vacuum?
Yeah, if the air has weight, which it does.
So you can get a vacuum chamber and have like a ball of gas pressure inside of it that will not fill the vacuum chamber?
It will have a slight downward bias.
So no to what I just said.
That's right, no.
So that's what's claimed to be happening on the scale of the globe, right?
Yeah, it's a huge scale. So if you get high enough, the downward weight of the air keeps the air on the ground.
So it can't be demonstrated that this actually happens in reality, but I don't understand the second law of thermodynamics.
The pressure gradient is very strong evidence that what I'm saying is true.
You just told me that a pressure gradient will form in a closed container, a vacuum chamber. So now that's not an argument for an open system because it doesn't tell you that that's what it is.
Yeah, it happens in both places.
Yeah, so the gradient is not an indication that it's an open system next to a vacuum because like you just told me, you'll get one in a closed container.
Right, the gradient is evidence that air has weight.
So that doesn't do anything to prove the adjacent vacuum.
It's enough that if you keep going higher and higher, eventually you get thinner and thinner. So.
Yeah, but so what? The point was to prove the adjacent vacuum, and you already told me that the air will get thinner inside a vacuum chamber towards the top, which is a closed system, right? So what does this do to prove your open system of the globe?
The idea of a pressure gradient is just showing that the higher you go, the lower and lower the pressure gets. And if you go really high, it gets really low. And so now it's not pressure against the vacuum, it's a tiny little pressure gradient versus another tiny little pressure gradient, and there's no problem with that.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me that what it's next to is an infinite expanding vacuum. A place
Right.
where you claim to have taken, well, you claim that people have taken pictures from.
People have, and robots have, the satellites, all kinds of things.
Which ones, and how far out were they?
Epic Discover is 1 million miles away. Buzz
1 million
Aldrin
miles.
is, yeah, and the other Apollo astronauts took pictures from hundreds of thousands, 100 or 200,000 miles away.
How did you verify that they actually took pictures from those distances?
I trusted the story that they told and their character, and I believed them.
No, so just faith-based. It's like a religious thing, basically.
Yeah, I think based on faith that they're telling the truth.
So no demonstration of air pressure next to a vacuum. You just believe people and their stories.
You keep saying pressure next to a vacuum, but that's not what I'm claiming. I'm claiming a pressure gradient, a small change over huge distances.
Right, so the gradient would eventually fade out to a vacuum that's
Now you got it.
essentially endless, right? Or near vacuum.
Yeah, that's right. It's asymptotic.
Yeah, well, I don't have any reason to think that happens because, like you said, a gradient will form in a closed container. So I don't have any reason to think that the presence of a gradient on Earth means that what's beyond that gradient is a vacuum that just goes on forever. And that was the whole point of bringing up the gradient, was to suggest that, well, it'll thin out to nothing, and then there's your outer space. But the presence of a gradient doesn't tell me that because we get those in containers.
Yeah, the pressure gradient shows you the air has weight, and I think that's the main difference.
It doesn't tell me that there's an adjacent vacuum of space up there.
By itself,
Next to gradient. So I still have no confirmation of this claimed place where these pictures are supposed to be taken from.
Yeah, I guess that by itself wouldn't be confirmation, but it fits with the story, so there's no contradiction at least.
Story
It is the story. It's part of the story. It doesn't fit with it.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's pretty much what you said, which is you're just kind of taking it from these people who said they went there and said they did that and just sort of believing their story.
Right, that's one of the hallmarks of truth, is that it's internally consistent, the story matches and everything fits together. If something contradicts, then that's a good evidence that that the whole story is false.
So we have
gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, so we have good evidence here that that the story is false.
Oh, no, you don't need the necessary antecedent of gas pressure is not a container. That's a Whitsitt falsism.
Well, I mean,
Like
even
how
in
they-
your example of a gradient,
Wow.
even in the example of the gradient that you brought up, it used a container, right? So we don't even have a conclusive demonstration of the gas pressure being able to exist next to a vacuum, as is claimed in the globe model.
Wait, so a gradient can happen in a container or outside of a container? Are you claiming that a gradient can only happen inside of a container?
I have yet to see a gradient fading out to an endless vacuum, as per the claim.
The gradient is delta X, right?
Yes.
Because you say this all the
We need
time.
that.
You say in the vacuum chamber and containers and stuff that the pressure will be slightly lower at the top, right?
Right, due to the weight of the air. That's right.
Are you able to demonstrate that system without the container? Same
Yeah, you
thing.
go outside, and there you go. You have a pressure gradient with no container.
That's begging the question. You know it.
You go outside and you measure the pressure at your feet. Then you put the barometer way up high near your head and measure the pressure again, and it's a different pressure.
Now I'm just going to have to say the same thing I just said the last 50 times.
There's no container between your feet and your head, and so there's nothing between them. How come it doesn't just immediately equalize?
You're talking about a gradient. You're talking about a gradient, though, and you already told us that those happen in containers. So this doesn't tell us that the Earth is an open system, because what you're talking about happens in a closed system.
Yeah, so I'd be curious to understand why it doesn't immediately equalize the air at your feet and the air at your head. Why are there different pressures there?
I don't know, but all I wanted to know is if there is an infinite expanding vacuum in the sky, and this didn't get us there.
Yeah, but then you can just keep going. You keep going higher and higher, fewer, smaller and smaller pressure, and there you go. Eventually you get close to a vacuum. That's all we're claiming.
Well, you imagine that that's what happens.
It's just based on extrapolation of clearly measured phenomenon that the
No.
pressure at your feet is higher than the pressure at your head.
See,
and you
this is where we started. I didn't want an extrapolation or an inference, right? I just wanted the direct demonstration. Here we go again with more extrapolations.
Yeah, extrapolations and inferences are valuable tools for finding out about the world.
I didn't want those. I wanted a direct demonstration.
Right, like gas pressure in a container.
Yeah, given your preferences for certain styles of science, I'm not sure that I could ever demonstrate it to you.
Got it. Well, then I think you should drop the claim that gas pressure not existing next to a vacuum is a misunderstanding of thermodynamics.
It fits with the laws of thermodynamics. I mean, just ask any physicist.
But we don't ever see that happen, and we never got all the way there with your outer space claim, so we just don't see that happen. So how is what we're saying a misunderstanding of thermodynamics?
No, I understand that you say that we don't see that happen. In my view, we do see that happen. So that's why I believe it.
You didn't see it happen. You just inferred it and extrapolated.
I inferred it. That's right. I inferred it, and that's why I believe it, because I inferred it based on the evidence I've seen.
Evidence like a demonstration?
Evidence like a different pressure at your feet versus your head when you're outside.
Yeah, the same thing happens in a greenhouse that's sealed.
Right.
This is just going in circles. Why bring up the gradient again? Because it's just going to circle back to, well, yeah, but you just told us that happens in containers, and what we're trying to establish is that there's no container for the Earth. So pointing back at the gradient just takes us right back to square one.
No, I see what you're saying. I guess my argument goes like this. The fact that a gradient exists is evidence that air has weight. If air has weight, that's a sufficient explanation about how there could be higher pressure at the bottom with no container at the top. It's due to the air's weight.
What does gas do?
It expands in all directions. Mostly, there's a slight downward bias, but basically in all directions.
What is the definition of gas pressure?
Basically, it's air molecules or gas molecules hitting on like a solid surface. So like if you hold your hand out the window when you're driving 60 miles an hour, the wind pushing against your hand is pressure on your hand. You can also experience that kind of thing if you take gas and squeeze it into a container. That's another way to get gas pressure. So there's several ways to get gas pressure.
If I were to call the air on my hand as I'm driving the car, if I were to call that air resistance, would that work as well?
Sure, you could call it that if you want to. I mean, it's pressure.
Oh, yeah.
It's gas pressing against something, so pressure makes sense.
Yeah, but calling it gas pressure is silly.
Why is it silly? It's pressing against
because it's air resistance. Gas pressure is so many other things. Gas pressure is what's inside the tires of my car right now. But the insides of the tires of my car aren't hanging out the side of the car as I'm driving down the road. Those are not the same thing. So it's air resistance and gas pressure, not necessarily
pressure is just a measure of force against
just like when I jump out of an airplane and I'm doing a full arch, there's more resistance, so I'm falling at a slower rate. But if I go into a full delta, I fall faster. The air pressure didn't change. The surface of the air hitting my body changed.
Yeah, so there's less force because you present a smaller profile, and so you go faster. That's right.
Oh, wait! I know a qualifier.
But I am still in the same air system I was when I was going slower in a full arch.
Yeah. So Matthew, quick question: if I hang my hand out the window and I feel the air press, the air resistance on my hand, would you call that, if you're gonna go as far and take the leap and call that gas pressure, would you call that consistent gas pressure? Yes or no?
It depends. It's consistent with the speed. I mean, there's several factors, but as long as you're going 60 miles an hour, you'll feel about the same pressure on your hand.
That's consistent air resistance. Consistent gas pressure is an X value that's stable inside of a container. That's consistent gas pressure.
Oh no, pressure doesn't have to be inside a container. It's just pounds per square inch. So all you need is some force against the square inch. That's literally how it's measured. And so pounds per square inch is how much pressure is being exerted against the square inch. Now, yes, you can put those square inches together into a container, or you can put your hand out the window. I think they're both the same kind of thing. In fact, you can measure the PSI on your hand as PSI.
Yeah. I'm not saying, Matthew, I'm not saying they're not similar. I understand that they're similar, but referring to them as the same thing, referring to the wind resistance on my hand outside the window of a car as consistent gas pressure, I would call that consistent air consistent air resistance, not consistent air pressure. You calling it that it just seems disingenuous to me.
I mean, it's pounds per square inch. So if you want to call it by some other name, I mean, yes, they're different. Causes,
I just did.
Yeah, so the causes are different, but the effect is identical.
Air resistance, not air pressure.
Yes, the cause is air resistance, not a container, but the effect is exactly the same. It's pounds per square inch against your hand.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying you calling it that is just pulling you out into the open and displaying the fact that you just like to play a game of semantics. That's what I'm saying.
Hey.
You accuse me of different semantics when the whole flat, but never mind. Yeah.
Where do you get the air from to have air resistance without a contained volume?
If you're driving in a car, it's basically atmospheric pressure. But if you're in the vacuum and you like open up a I don't know, like a pressure blower or something and blow against your hand, it depends. It doesn't matter where the gas initially comes from. The point is that there's an effect on your hand.
Yeah, would that effect be there without the air in the first place?
No, it's air pressing against. I mean, PSI. Just look at the PSI. It's pounds per square inch. It doesn't matter where the pounds come from.
Can you have that air without a contained volume in the first place?
So you can have atmospheric pressure without a contained volume. So yes.
Oh, how do we know that?
Because a container is a reification fallacy that somebody said, pressure requires a container, and then you reify it into some magical dome that nobody's ever observed.
I didn't necessarily do that. I'm just looking for a demonstration, a conclusive demonstration of air pressure existing next to a vacuum, no container.
Is a good thing.
So, i.e., what I'm looking for then would be like an uncontained ball of gas or something like that within a vacuum chamber that for some reason doesn't want to disperse into that chamber.
It only happens on large scales. So the only example you're going to get is the atmospheric pressure.
So that's not an example. That's begging the question.
So when we're discussing whether or not the atmospheric pressure is contained or not, if you assume one thing or the other thing, that's both begging the question. So there we are.
Do we have a demonstration of it working the other way, the way that you're saying?
We have no demonstration either way. So if you claim there is a container, or if I claim there is no container, both of us are begging the question.
No, I mean, like in all of nature, do we have a demonstration, a conclusive demonstration of gas pressure ever behaving the way that you say?
Yes, I would say the weight is conclusive evidence that weight can cause pressure without a container.
This would be you just once again reasserting the thing in question, right?
No, I mean, it works by analogy. If there's weight above you, then you have higher pressure. If you go to a higher altitude, you have less weight above you. There you go.
So your demonstration again is the atmosphere, right?
Right, but it works in containers also.
So this is once again reasserting the thing in question. We want to know if it's an open system inside of a vacuum, right? Do we have a demonstration of gas pressure ever behaving that way? You said, well, no, not really, because it only happens on these gigantic scales, which of course nothing can be demonstrated on, so only stories can be told about it.
Look, we're going to have a fundamental disagreement because in the end, I say air has weight. And so if you don't think air has weight, then we're never going to come to the same
citation.
I never said
I quickly ask a question.
Demonstration.
Wait, Matthew. If I have an air canister, like used for like scuba diving and stuff, would you say that the air pressure inside that scuba tank is causing air resistance on the walls of that scuba tank? Would you refer to that as air resistance or air
No,
pressure?
I would just call that air pressure.
Oh, so you just call that air pressure, but not air resistance. But when I hang my hand out the window, that's air pressure and air resistance. Interesting.
So I would call air pressure the effect, and then you can have different causes. A container is one cause. Air resistance is another cause. I would say the weight of the air would be another cause. These are all causes. We're talking about the effect, which is pounds per square inch. Something pushing against a wall or a hand or something like that. That's
Okay.
all different
Weight
causes.
denotes down, does it not? Weight denotes downward vector, right?
Right.
Right. So you told me that gas expands in all directions.
With a slight downward bias, yes. That's what I said.
No, if it's going in all directions, it's not going down. So how much weight is pressing down on you from a gas molecule that is going up, Matthew?
From a gas molecule that's going up, there's zero pushing on you.
Right. So it's only the gas molecules going down that are pressing down on you, causing weight?
Right.
But there's pressure still, right? And there's gas molecules not going down. And
Yeah, they're
there's still
basically going in all different directions with a slight downward bias. Very slight, because air is very light. It still has weight, but it is very light. Specifically, it's at 14 pounds for every square inch of air. That's how light it is, only 14 pounds.
In all directions.
Yes.
So not down, not weight.
Up, down, left, right, but the difference is caused by the weight. That's why there's less weight up higher.
He said up. So is 14.7 psi pressing against the vacuum of space?
No, but there is a pressure pressing up down at sea level.
Can you achieve pressure by pressing up against nothing?
No.
Is gas omnidirectional?
Almost. It's mostly the omnidirectional with a slight downward bias.
Almost. That's hilarious.
Source, citation, and demonstration, please.
Pressure gradient.
You already told us those form in closed containers.
In closed containers and open containers. It happens in both places.
And the only open container you could point to was the one that you're just begging the question about.
Yes, if I assume that there's an open container as a way of proving that there's an open container, then that is begging the question. I'm not trying to use that as a way of proving that there's no container.
Well, I asked for any other possible demonstration. You said, well, it would only be on the scale of the planet, and so it just came down to that basically being the only example, which is the one in question.
There are lots of examples. I don't think you would accept any of them, like Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn.
Yeah, it's the same thing, but worse.
It's basically the same thing.
It's the whole vacuum of space that's in question.
I understand that you guys question it. I wouldn't call it as being in question.
That might be the problem right there. You never asked enough questions about any of this.
That's fair enough. In general, science education in this country is fairly lacking.
I have a question for you, though.
Okay.
Whenever this topic is wrapped up, before you leave or whatever. Out of everything you've learned about the flat Earth, what do you think is the most peculiar to you?
The most peculiar is Witset's ideas about like the electromagnetic fields causing the sunlights and like the movement of the tides and the winds and that type of stuff, and electromagnetism stuff, that there's somehow this electric field that causes air movements. It's pretty complicated, so it's hard to understand even what he's saying, but it's an interesting idea.
Okay. And the more you learn, are you more intrigued, or like where are you at in your journey in this?
Yeah, so the more I hear what's the more confused I get. I don't think what he's saying is true. The more I learn, the more fascinated I am just about our world and the way things work. But nothing I've heard so far has moved me closer to thinking the Earth is flat.
Okay. How long have you been looking into it?
A couple years, 2-3 years.
Oh, wow. Have you tried any experiments like testing the curvature or trying to measure the spin?
Yeah, so I like astronomy. During one night when there was a full moon, I did observations to see what the apparent size of the full moon was. And all night long, from when the moon rose throughout the night until it set, it was the same apparent size in the sky.
And so what does that mean to you?
To me, that means that the moon either is the same distance all night long, or it's not a physical object that obeys the laws of perspective.
But if NASA's telling us that we've landed on it, that goes in direct conflict of the globe model, right?
Well, that's a separate question. I'm just talking about that observation, like what is the moon? To me, it seems like the moon is a physical object, and the fact that it stayed the same apparent size the full moon stayed the same apparent size all night long is, to me, an indication that the moon didn't change distance. Because if it were getting farther away, it would get smaller. So the moon does not change distance. A full moon does not change distance all night long. That's the conclusion I came to.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. That's a good point. I'm trying to figure out.
Well, and here's the interesting thing is that, several time zones away, they experience the same thing. And so if it's coming, if I see it straight above me and they see it kind of at an angle, but it's the same distance, that means that the angle of the ground is tilted, not the angle of the moon.
Or you're on a flat Earth looking at a light that you don't understand anything about, Matthew. Isn't that a possibility?
Oh yeah, but that's why I said, assuming that the moon is a physical object that obeys the law of perspective. If it doesn't, then I suppose all bets are off.
And from your observation, you said that it appears the moon is moving, but if it's tidally locked to us, is that in conflict with what science is teaching us or has told us?
No, that's just the same face facing us. I'm talking about the size, not the face. I posted in the live chat 11 past the hour, sort of an idea of what I'm talking about. If the Earth were flat, you would expect to see the moon twice as big in one city as it is in the other city, but we don't observe that.
Why would you expect that? What are you assuming the moon to be?
Assuming the moon is a physical object that obeys the laws of perspective.
A physical object being a sphere, right?
Yes, but you don't have to even say that. It's just as long as it's something that obeys the laws of perspective.
So a solid physical object. Probably would have to be a sphere to be circular in appearance like that.
Minimally, I would say something that obeys the laws of perspective. You don't have to go any farther than that. So what that means is that if you think the Earth is flat, you have to give up the idea that the moon obeys the law of perspective.
No, you don't dictate to us that. No, you don't dictate to us what we have to and do not have to believe. No.
So let me put it this way: a belief that the saying that the Earth is flat is incompatible with the moon obeying the law of perspective.
No, it's not, because you're making a straw man with that about what the moon actually is, right? We don't know what it is, therefore can't say what it should do in terms of perspective.
Yeah, I'm just ruling out one of the things that it could be. So it can't follow the laws of perspective.
No, well, don't say that. Well, I guess in the sense that you're assuming that it's a physical, solid object, a sphere or whatever. Okay, this doesn't work with perspective, but if it's something else, we don't know how perspective should affect it because we don't even know what it is.
Sure, if it's just a light in the sky or some photoelectric or magnetic phenomenon or something like that, then all bets are off. Sure. I'm just saying that it can't be a physical object that obeys the law of perspective.
I see what you're saying.
Then I would say asterisk, but it looks like a physical object, so that's curious. I mean, look at it through a telescope.
But you believe that we landed on that thing, don't you, Matthew?
I think 12 astronauts in the 60s and 70s did, yes.
You're kind of committed to the idea that it's a rock.
It's mainly made out of rock-like material and dust, yes.
Well, I mean, instead of an optical phenomenon that we don't know anything.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a physical object. It's not just...
In your worldview, you're basically concluding that it's a rock prior to really.
Yeah. I'm just using my eyes. I mean, it looks like a rock, so I assume that it's a rock unless proven otherwise. I mean, you look at a telescope and it has shadows and mountains and valleys and all that type of stuff.
Can we trust our eyes? Do you believe we can trust our eyes?
Not always, but it's a good starting point unless proven otherwise, I suppose.
Like flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I believe we can trust our senses. I think God made us in such a way that our senses comport to reality in a very general sense most of the time.
Yeah, right. So if it looks like a rock, if it looks like it has mountains and valleys, then maybe we should say that.
I got a quick question. This might throw you for a loop, Matthew.
If it looks flat, measures flat, appears flat, maybe you should deal with that.
Then it's a duck. Listen. Matthew, I got a question. You ready for this one? All right.
I'm ready. Bring it
on. First question is, do you believe in a creator?
Yes.
Great. Second question is, do you think that creator would deliberately make you fallible?
No, I think he gives us a choice, and that we, through our fallen nature and sin nature, have made ourselves fallible in certain ways.
Okay. Thank you.
You said it looks like a rock. What rocks do you know of that disappear for 3 days every month?
Rocks that are in a place where I can't see them? What do you mean?
In a place where you can't see them? Well, that's not necessarily the case. The moon shouldn't really be in a place you can't see it, right? You just don't see it at all during that time of the month.
Yeah, and when there's a new moon, we're looking at the dark side of the moon, but it gets lost in the glare of the sun because the new moon is always right near the sun.
What dark side? I've never seen a dark side. I've only seen the one face that presents.
Have you ever seen a half moon?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking at half of a light side and half of a dark side. I'm going to talk about the dark side of the part that's not lit up.
Right. Okay. Okay, how about the far side?
Oh yeah, I've never seen the far side. Far side's farther away.
Yeah. I don't know if it has one. And as far as dark side, when you see like a half moon, you can kind of see sort of the rest of it, sort of dimly, but the whole thing is just gone on a new moon.
Yeah, because
the reason I asked that is because do you think that your God would create us in a way that we can't use our own senses given by this creator to navigate the world that the creator made for us?
Oh yeah, God gave us dominion and authority over the world, and
No. You're saying God gave us fallible senses.
God gave us intelligence and reasoning abilities and senses.
But we can't trust our own senses. Why not?
We can trust our senses.
So God gave us infallible senses?
No, our senses are not infallible.
So
That's
God
why
gave us
optical illusions
fallible
exist.
senses. Is he a jokester?
No.
Is he just kind of throwing us for a little loop here?
No.
Oh, so again, why can't we trust our senses, Matthew?
Because they are not perfect, like we can't see Wi-Fi signals. But using our logic and reason, we can figure out that they do exist, even though we can't see them.
So God loves us, but didn't create us too well. Is that what you're saying?
No, that would be a strong man.
No, I'm not strawmanning you. What I'm saying is, can you trust your God-given senses or not?
Generally, yes, but you better use your logic and reason that God
Why
also
would
gave
God be
you.
such a dickhead like that, though, dude?
I wouldn't call him that.
I rest my case. I didn't want to go down the route too much, but I did want people to hear that. Thanks.
Matthew, what do you think of Genesis 1:16 then, where the Bible says
That was a terrible case. That was an absolutely terrible case. just chiming in.
No problem. I'm just having a little fun. He comes here and asks for stuff like this.
What do you mean to ask for it?
Dude, you're putting yourself in the firing line. We're spitting truth, and you're coming against it, and it's like, I don't know what else to tell you. It's masochistic, but I like to have some fun sometimes. What else can I say?
Yeah, that's fine. I can take it.
I mean, it is fun to be like center of attention when you compare, I'm sure. But hey, what about Genesis 1:16? Because that was one thing that for me, since somebody brought up the Bible or whatever and God, and you said you believe in God, that is what God calls them, the two great luminaries. We can't really land on a light bulb, I'm pretty sure. So, it's right there in the Bible.
Yeah, so those are describing the purpose of the sun and the moon, and they are to light, the sun to light the day, the moon for the night.
How about Matthew? How about right at the beginning? It says on the fourth day he placed the sun, moon, and stars within the firmament. How about that?
Yeah, so God created the sun in the sky and the moon in the sky.
Yeah, but it's on day one he creates the heaven and the earth.
He just said it. The sun, moon are in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sky, not space. Sky. Thank you.
And they're created after the earth, though. What about that bit?
It was in the firmament, inside of it.
Well, and he created them. He creates the heavens and the earth on day one, and then he creates the sun, the moon, the stars, and places them in the firmament on day 4. So, according to the heliocentric model, which says that the stars came first, the Bible clearly says that the sun came after the earth. So already that's why it's intriguing, because if this book has that wisdom and you believe in the book, then you might want to pay attention to what your God is saying.
What do you think of that bit? Earth being the first up in creation, sun and moon later.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I don't know exactly how it all works. It's possible that those are a list of things and that it's not meant to be chronological, or it could be chronological and that's the order he made it in.
Yeah, and that's a valid argument. However, the Bible is clear when it's speaking in allegory or parable, and it's clear when it's being literal. So, if we take it literal, that God's trying to not confuse us because our God didn't make us, we're born with sin according to the book, but we're not fallible necessarily. He tells us straight up there's an instruction manual, and if you believe in the God and you believe in the creation, then he also says there's a great deceiver. And so this is as much as I'll say about it, but maybe we're being deceived, and that's why we believe that the moon is a rock being lit up by the sun, when the Bible says straight up the moon came after the earth was made. It's not circling the sun, and we're being deceived. And is there any evidence to that? So it just might help you on your journey kind of see the evidence of what we've come across a little bit more clearly if you're going to take your God literal.
Sure, but we need to take into account the whole counsel of Scripture and look at all the different creation accounts to determine which, what they mean, why God put them there. And so it could be that God created the heaven of heavens and with all their hosts first, and then the earth and all that's on it. What about that order?
I don't think that's what it says, though. If you read Genesis 1 through.
No, I'm saying that that order that God created things, you're saying that wouldn't be the correct order?
No, I'm saying it is. It's right there in the book. If you're going to use that book as, your reference of your faith.
Yeah, but I'm using a different text that says that, God created the heavens of heavens, and all their hosts, the earth and all that is in it. So that's a different order. The heavens first, and then the earth, and then the seas.
Yeah. Well, the heavens. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it also doesn't say that he created one sun and a bunch of other suns just farther away so they look smaller.
I'm talking about the heaven of heavens with all their hosts.
Really continue to go down this avenue unless it wants to get moved to the biblical chat.
Sure, that's fine. I'll just say that it's useful to look at all the different biblical stories that talk about creation and try to put them all together.
What if we can use a moon dial to prove that we get exactly the same types of shadow angles from the moon as we do the sun?
Hold on real quick. It's all about pointing out inconsistencies. That's the deal. No matter what the subtopic, it all comes back. In my opinion, that's the reason I brought it up in the first place. I do apologize for it because but either way, it doesn't matter how you skin this cat. It's not a globe. And I think that was my point.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matthew. What about all the Bible verses that say the Earth doesn't move? We don't have to go there, but they're there. The Earth is fixed. It shall not be moved.
Stop this
over
train.
and over.
I started the train, so I have to stop it.
No. I understand, bro. I was turning it over right now. I was saying it was a moot point. It's just a fundamental different way of reading a document. One person reads it and says it means what it says, and another person reads it and says it can't mean what it says.
Right.
So, but Heretic, you were talking about moon dials, bro. We were talking about that the other night. Did you look into that?
Just a little bit. I'm wondering what Matthew thinks if we can use a moon dial to prove that we get exactly the same shadow angles from the moon as we do the sun. Then what do you think of the luminaries? Are they both 93 million miles away, or are they both like 238,000 miles away, or what's up?
Oh, you're talking about the idea, like if Eratosthenes did his whole demonstration with the moonlight rather than sunlight?
Yeah, and it would have to be on a full moon, and if we can get the exact same angles and prove that it's the same effect either way, then what?
Yeah, I think you would get the exact same angles because in both cases he would assume that the light is infinitely far away, and that the moonlight and the sunlight, both of them are parallel.
Well, the moonlight can't be parallel if it's a quarter the size of the Earth.
Well, and the sunlight can't be parallel
reflecting, or if it's supposedly reflecting your sunlight.
Yeah, so what Eratosthenes said is that the sunlight, the light from the sun, even though it's not perfectly parallel, it's close enough to parallel to not influence the calculation. And the moonlight would be the same.
I love it. It's perfect. No matter what, it's going to line up.
So you could even have the sun then only 238,000 miles from the Earth and being as small as it needs to be to match the angular size in the sky and all that. And the shadows from it would be basically the same as what we get with our claimed 93 million mile sun?
It'd be close. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think it'd be something on the order of less than 0.1 degrees.
Oh my God.
Well, the surface of the Earth would fry, but it would be close.
By close, I mean something less than 5% error.
So how do you tell the difference between a 93 million mile sun and the one that we're talking about now?
Oh, with the Eratosthenes experiment and calculation, you don't. With Eratosthenes, he was assuming it's infinitely far, so it has no distance.
Yeah, he had to assume parallel light, obviously, in the curved surface.
Right.
But how about no curved surface and just a closer light? Or a curved surface and a closer light, but still practically parallel? Like, which one is it?
Oh, you can't tell from the Eratosthenes calculation whether it's flat or a globe.
No, of course not. You have to make assumptions to start out with and then just reify those with your calculations.
Well, it's not reifying. Basically, the Eratosthenes thing says, if you assume the Earth is a globe, then you can calculate the radius. That's all that says.
Well, it seems like assigning concreteness to the abstract, which I would say is a reification. But, I mean, that aside, he's assuming that it's infinite. He's making those assumptions. He's making the assumption of the curved ground, right? But now you're saying that it could be only as far away from the Earth as the moon is, or it could be infinite, and basically you're just going to get the same angles, curved ground, or whatever. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's going to be close. I don't think it would be exactly the same, but I think that the error would be less than 0.1 degrees or, less than 5%.
Have you done those calculations, Matthew? Or are you just guessing? Okay. I'm just curious how that would happen when the moon is 25% the size of the Earth and the sun is 1 million times larger than the.
Yeah,
So
because
the
we're just
rays from the
looking at
moon,
light.
no matter how close. The rays
So,
from
so the moonlight is
no matter-
practically parallel then, and it's
Excuse me,
practically.
bro. Hold on. The rays from the moon, right? They would have to diverge because the moon is a quarter the size of Earth. How would that simulate something that's parallel, no matter how far away the moon is?
You're exactly right.
Moonlight.
But that's what you just said, is that it's practically parallel. You said if the sun were that distance, it'd be about the same, which means practically parallel.
Yeah. So it almost exactly parallel and almost parallel are different things, but I'm saying they're not that much different as far as the calculation goes. They introduce error, but not much error.
Quarter of the size of the Earth is pretty divergent still, but parallel enough that it's.
It depends on the distance more than the size. It's like how far away is it?
Because, I mean, by what you're saying then, I mean, the moon is practically infinitely far then.
I don't think it is, but if you want to assume that it is, then you can get fairly close.
You're saying that the angles we'll get from it will be practically the same whether it's infinitely distant or 238,000 miles. Or 93 million miles.
Yeah, how can light that's coming from a source that's smaller than the light's hitting be parallel?
Okay, fine. I'll do the calculations. Give me a sec.
But for the moon to be a rock held to the Earth tidally, it relies on gravity. I mean, I don't know how much you've talked about or looked into that. Like, come on, they haven't proven. There's density and buoyancy. So that's a whole other topic. I don't want to derail this conversation. I'm just pointing that out to you if you haven't thought about that yet.
I'm just
Okay,
wondering
the
why.
calculation.
Yeah, okay, cool.
So the light from a object at a distance of 238,000 miles away is not parallel. You guys are exactly right. But the light diverges at most by 0.963 degrees over the whole 8,000 mile diameter of the Earth. If you're looking at just 500 miles,
So it would be off by 1 degree.
Off by 1 degree for the whole 8,000 mile diameter. But if you're looking at just the 500 miles that the Eratosthenes experiment was alleged to have taken place under, then the divergence from parallel is 0.06 degrees.
So basically, then you can't tell the difference between 238,000 mile light source, a 93 million mile light source, or an infinite light source.
That's
Yeah,
it differs by 0.03 degrees.
I just did some
God.
Hold on.
I just did some maths and it says you're talking shit.
Hey, regarding the moon tides,
I think I believe Timbo's math.
Okay, but Eratosthenes is not about the distance of the light source. It's about the curvature of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what the distance to the light source is.
Well, the distance is going to tell you how divergent or parallel it is.
Right. And the
listen,
difference
you don't know
is
everything about the
0.06
situation.
degrees.
If you don't get the direct measurement, you can only guess. Until you get the direct physical measurement, you can only guess.
It's
Yeah,
just
so
like
he directly
everything
measured
else that
the
you guys
angle
say,
of the
dude.
shadow.
It's
Okay, let me
literally
figure out
just
how
like
much error
everything
that
else.
is.
Oh, bro, it's the
Air.
same. You guys say the horizon's geometric, it's optical, flat means curved, gravity's a force. No, it's not a force. Science is testable. Oh, no, it's not testable. And now you're saying parallel is not parallel.
Right.
That's what
okay,
you're
it
saying.
just calculated it. The amount of error
Just so
this
happens to
introduces,
calculate, huh? Come on.
the amount of error that this introduces is 0.8%.
Dude, you
He's
guys
saying
always
that-
want both answers. You always
He's
want
saying
right
that-
and wrong.
He's saying that parallel is close enough to divergent, and divergent is close enough to parallel.
That is what I'm saying. Are you also listening
That's
to
what
the
he's
other part? I'm
saying.
saying how it's 0.8. The difference is 0.8%.
So, you know, when you're doing maths with parallel and divergent, you might as well just use them as the same thing, yeah?
Yes, because the difference is 0.8%, and that's close enough for me.
Well, 238,000 mile sun is close enough for me.
The math always calculates just perfectly so as to zero out. every violation of the law of non-contradiction. It's amazing.
Math describes truth. What are you talking about?
Are two lines of a triangle parallel?
No, they never are.
Are they divergent?
They are.
Right.
Maybe the next question you should ask is, if you assume that two legs of a triangle are parallel when they're really divergent, how much error would that introduce to your calculation? I did the math, and the answer is 0.8%. That's not much.
So why not just say the two luminaries are the same distance?
That's a
How do we
separate
get
question.
one to 93 million miles then, and the other to 238,000 miles if we're just measuring?
Eratosthenes didn't care about the distance. He was just assuming that they're infinitely far away. He didn't know the distance.
Well, that's caring about the distance, right? Because if they were only like say 2,000 miles away, that would throw everything off with his assumptions.
The closer and closer you get, the more and more that error grows.
Yeah.
And size is relevant too, right?
Yeah, size and distance. The closer you get, the more error you would introduce.
So from what we can tell, they're both hitting the Earth at the same angle. Why space them out so much? How do you get 93 million miles for one and 238,000 for the other?
Those are separate questions about the distances of orbital mechanics and that type of stuff. Eratosthenes didn't know anything about that stuff.
Good for him. Yeah, a bunch of nonsense based on a non-measured radius. Good for him. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I thought you said so. I was just explaining how he did calculate the radius.
Well, making assumptions.
Right. If you make assumptions about the shape of the Earth being a globe, then you can calculate the radius of it.
Yes. You make the assumption that there is a radius to calculate in the first place, and then you go and do that.
Well, it would be hard to measure a radius if you didn't have that assumption.
Well, not really. I think it's pretty hard to measure it with just the assumption because you don't actually know that there's anything there to measure, right? The best thing to do would to actually be to observe the globe in the first place, to know that there actually is a radius there to calculate.
I agree. That's the first question. And I don't know what Eratosthenes, what his assumptions were or why he thought the Earth was a globe. I'm not sure what they thought about the Earth being a globe back then or why they said that.
They just decided it was.
I think that they were Greeks and they probably had like step-by-step reason for it, but I don't know what they are.
The lunar eclipse was one of their reasons, but that's also just based on assumptions.
Yeah, that's true. I had heard that before.
So it just seems like the whole idea just comes from an assumption. Sorry, go ahead, T-Wad.
And the change of elevation angle in Polaris, the further south you go. Based on flat Earth measurement.
Goes back
because you need that flat baseline, right?
Goes back to using inferences to come up with the globe and never actually directly observing or demonstrating it.
Right. I would say the globe is something that is hard to directly observe and requires logic, reason, and inferences in order to believe that it exists.
Well, I agree. It's hard to observe the globe like it's hard to observe ghosts and fairies and stuff like that.
And Wi-Fi signals. It's hard to observe Wi-Fi signals.
No, I wouldn't put it in that category because those are practical. Those have practical use, and they're practically demonstrated all the time, like in this conversation we're having. Ghosts and fairies don't have any of that, so I would put the globe in the ghost and fairy category.
And that's where we differ. I put the globe in the Wi-Fi category.
I need a practical demonstration of the globe, then.
Satellite TVs, GPS, sunsets. I mean, lots of.
So I'll need a measured radius for satellite TV.
Around and around and around and around we go.
We should talk to somebody new. We've come back to the beginning. We should talk to somebody new. Is there anybody new here?
I have a question about the moon, though. Have you guys noticed how all the craters, I guess they appeared all to be the same depth? Isn't that interesting? That was one thing that I remember learning about going that I never thought about that aspect of it, and that the moon is actually emanating some sort of light that is coming from plasma source. Does anyone have any information on that? Or
Is that true, Matthew? That they only go to a certain depth, the moon craters? Because I heard that back in the day when I was a Glober too.
I hadn't heard that. I would be surprised if that's true. I think that they would be different depths based on how big they are, right? The bigger ones would be deeper.
I think it's not that they're not different depths. It's just that there's like a maximum depth that they get to.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's a maximum size for how big canyons are on Earth. You go to the Grand Canyon, there's the biggest one, and that's the maximum depth.
If only there was a way, like a program, a group of people to get us there to check it.
It's not like that though. I think like with the moon, they're saying there's a whole bunch of these craters, and for some reason they just bottom out at this certain depth.
Yeah, you may be right. I'm not familiar with that claim or why they would say that.
Well, that's what they say on Ancient Aliens, where they're trying to push this whole that we went to the moon and that the moon could be hollow, that the moon could be a spaceship, that the moon has all these things, that the craters are all equal depth because they hit a hard surface. I mean, it just goes on and on with the bullshit. So
yeah, when did the History Channel become the BS channel? I don't know when.
Exactly. Isn't that peculiar? I mean, that's what's going on with the globe model.
TLC used to stand for the Learning Channel, but now it's just like reality TV crap.
Well, I mean, I could say my theory, but I don't want to derail the conversation, so I'll wait for other people, and then before you go, I can kind of tell you my 2 cents. But, I just thought the moon thing, if there are any more fun facts that people have that maybe I don't know about in the group that can talk about the moon, like peculiarities.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing is just that it appears the same size all night long, the full moon. You can try that yourself and see.
Have you looked into the moon landing being faked? Have you watched anything on that before?
Yeah, I've seen stuff on both sides. That wouldn't be my first choice for an argument for saying the Earth is a globe. Like, there are people that went to the moon just because that's so controversial. Happened before I was born, for the most part. But personally, I do think it happened.
There was a good one that I saw that also helped me kind of come to Flat Earth that was called American Moon, and there's another one, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, that were pretty well done. I mean, I really liked American Moon because it just covers every possible angle I could ever think of, which has been years and years and years of just trying to understand this stuff. So I recommend that because it's not like we're going to have any single proof. There's plenty of proofs to prove our argument. However, when's for you, maybe looking at it as a whole picture, like, okay, did we not?
Yeah, and you can stories about why we would fake it because we're in the middle of the Cold War, and I actually have a couple Glober friends who are moon landing deniers. They still believe in the globe, but they think that the moon landings were faked.
Well,
and so do a significant portion of Muslims, by the way, because they, due to theological reasons, they say that the moon is a luminary, and they almost worship it, and so.
Well, I've seen other countries that also doubt the Americans' stance that they actually went, like the claim that it's not just in America. I mean, there's plenty of countries that are already like, yeah, right, Americans are full of shit.
Except that our biggest enemy in the middle of the Cold War was Russia, and they didn't come out with any proof that we didn't go to the moon. So that's curious, at least.
It just gets into more conspiracy of their kind of.
Yeah, they're in on it, right? The Russians were in on it. Sure.
Yeah.
I want to hear your thing about the TLC and the channels, the TV shows.
I mean, when I was I don't want to dominate this conversation, so I'll try to keep it really quick, guys. But, I was somebody who was obviously a Glober. I was really into space. I was really into Ancient Aliens. I was really into just how the fuck to get off of this rock, like beam me up. And, but then, I started looking into moon landing and evolution, and all those things kind of led me to Flat Earth. It was like one of the last things I would really put my energy into. And then when I was just hearing them kind of link the scripture plus learning how evolution has just been completely a lie, that there's no proof, we don't have the bones for any species on Earth, we don't have any into that. But that was just something else that kind of led me towards creationism, and I just recommend going down that same path. And then last thing I was going to say is just pray about it, because that's what I was doing, and This is where now I'm here enjoying this Discord.
Yeah. So as a believer in God and believer in Scripture, I think it's reasonable to think the Earth is a globe and be a Christian. In fact, I think that the idea that God created a huge universe full of stars and galaxies actually brings him more glory than the idea that we live in sort of this small little contained thing. And so I think God's glory is better served by the globe story than the flat Earth story.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite, where it shows how special the Earth is and why Jesus would have came to the Earth and why Satan fell to the Earth and why God wants to come and fix the Earth and unite us with him as far as what Scripture says. And I'm trying not to go the spiritual route because I respect everyone in here. But because you are Christian, I just think, take another look at it through the lens, just being what if. Okay, what if the Earth is flat? Does the Scripture support it? You might surprise yourself, and then I'm hoping to see you in here on our side one day, because you're obviously very intelligent. You know what you're talking about with a lot of things. I just, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and likewise, I would hope that you would come back to the globe sometime and give God glory for his true creation rather than some kind of a smaller version of what it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, if someone could prove that it's a globe pretty easily, I mean, I was really upset with the way the Artemis footage came back. I mean, I was happy, actually, because honestly, it's more fun to be a flat earther, except for the fact that your friends and family think you're nuts, and that's the hardest part. It's like, you kind of have to be closeted, and it sucks, because if anyone finds out, it's like your job could be in jeopardy. So it's a scary thing. But then what I've realized and what I really feel now is that it just means you're more brave once you accept it and get more comfortable with it, talk about it. And really, it's important to share it, because the reason that I landed on this was that I didn't realize how far the deception went until I realized the very earth we're standing on might not be what we've been taught our whole lives. And then I thought, well, that's right in line with the devil's message to hide God. So, I would go back to the globe if they can provide us with some sort of evidence. Like I was saying with Artemis, it would be great if there was 4K ultra footage and it was really exciting, but everything that I'm looking at it objectively, everything they show us is so basic. I mean, I don't know if it's CGI or what, but they don't show us much. And that's a real peculiarity to me.
I do agree that there is a conspiracy to hide God. Many scientists say things like science proves that God doesn't exist and silly things like that. But I don't think that conspiracy extends to the shape of the Earth. It's due to other things.
Hey, Matthew, what did you mean by come back to the globe? Because you don't want him falling for something that's a smaller creation. What do you mean by that?
What I meant is that the idea that God created billions and billions of stars and galaxies and planets and this huge universe, and that we are in a small part of that, both emphasizes God's glory and then also his love for us, because we're such a small part of his whole creation. I actually think in eternity, part of what we'll be doing is exploring the rest of his creation. So
that takes you to a small part. So he's like something so small as the Earth.
Yeah. So exactly.
Whereas
so we're at a very small point.
Whereas in our version, the Earth is everything.
Right. And so I say that in the heliocentric model, the difference between the hugeness of what God made is in a stark contrast to the tininess of where we live. And so that contrast emphasizes God's transcendence above us so much more higher than we are. My thoughts are not your thoughts, my ways are not your ways, that kind of thing.
Does that include the Big Bang and evolution?
No, I don't think that. I think God may have used something similar to Big Bang to make something, but for sure, the idea of methodological and natural. For sure, the idea of methodological naturalism is false, which is the idea that everything happened based only on naturalistic causes. So there's ample evidence for intelligent design all throughout creation.
Yeah, well, I recommend watching Celebrate Truth, which is a channel that is a Flat Earth channel, but since you're pretty confident you're not going to be swayed, it might be informative for you just to hear the perspective and learn a little bit more of what they're trying to say, because that was what really helped me get to this Discord. And so,
is that Rob Skiba or Mark?
Well, Rob Skiba's on there a lot, and he's
it's brother Robbie Davidson.
Yeah.
Oh,
Robbie-
that guy. He was the one who started the Flat Earth Conference in Dallas, right?
Yeah, but see, Robbie Davidson, he runs the channel and it gets shut down or he changes it every couple of weeks. But it's right there on Celebrate Truth, the YouTube channel, and Rob Skiba's videos are on there all the time, as well as other people.
Hey, Dust, I just want to explain something to you about Matthew. So we asked him a question one day and said, if your side came out and said, "Oh, sorry, we've been lying. It's not a globe. It's flat," would you then be a flat earther? And he said, "No, I wouldn't believe them."
Yeah, specifically we asked if NASA came out and said that. I wouldn't believe NASA.
Well, you know,
You'd say now they're lying.
Yeah. That would be
when they're telling the truth. They're telling the truth. When they're lying, they're lying.
Well, Matthew, my heart goes out to you because I was in your similar shoes. But I think just the more you look into this and the more you start to contemplate these things, maybe it'll get more clear for you. I don't know. But Celebrate Truth, I recommend that you just have it on there. And yeah, and I agree. Hey, if there's some solid proof, but now I'm looking for it. And the more I went looking for it, I couldn't find anything. Everything's CGI. They don't have actual footage. Everything looks fake. So it's just a bigger.
No, that's why I say do your own research. Go out there and make some observations. Watch sunsets over the ocean. See the constant size of the full moon.
See if you can see water turning into mountains, like Matthew claims.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to. I have you ever observed the sun between clouds? I mean, that was one weird thing that I did myself just with my iPhone, watching a sunset. And you could, if you're just filming a sunset and there's clouds, you can see that the sun might pass in front of some clouds, and there's clouds in front and back. And I thought that was totally bizarre. And I can send you the footage of that. I mean, that was one weird observation I did that showed that maybe the sun is local, just like how it creates a hot spot on the ocean or on clouds, and that's only possible.
Yeah, I don't think the sun ever goes in front of clouds. However, it might look like that if the sun is bright enough to shine through the clouds. It looks like that, so I think that's an optical illusion.
Well, I'll post the video because you'll see. You can go.
Quite long. It's moved.
Hot mic, Timbo.
Oh, sorry.
So it's one of those occasions where you don't trust your eyes.
Yeah, if there's optical illusions, we can use reason to decide whether we're seeing is real or not. And so obviously you have to look at things carefully. So
what makes a sunset? So what makes a sunset not an optical illusion?
Because it happens all the time. I mean, so for example, the thing about the sun being in front of clouds, if that were ever true, then airline pilots would need to be very careful not to accidentally run into the sun, which is ridiculous, right?
Sorry,
airplanes can go as high as the clouds, but they don't have to.
I misunderstood. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought we were talking about divergent rays.
Oh, we were talking about the sun being in front of clouds or not.
Hey, Matthew, do you believe in aliens coming to Earth?
No, I don't think they're aliens.
Why the fuck not, bro?
Because I think God created Earth special and all of life is here on Earth and not somewhere else.
You got that right.
Gosh, you're weird. Okay, thanks.
I wouldn't be surprised if there were some kinds of animals or other life, like primitive life forms somewhere else. It's an open question for me. I don't know.
I mean, you're close. I always thought it was weird that we've apparently been on Mars. We've been on Mars 20 years and they can't, if you just take a test tube, they can stick it in the dirt and boil it up and look under a microscope and they're going to find amoebas. But we've been on Mars 20 years and you tell me that the rovers aren't able to do that and just find microscopic life. Either it's just
they have done the simple tests like that. Yes, they have done that and haven't found any.
Well, I mean, but they're dying for a reason to say we found life, but they just can't prove it. And they might just fake it. That would be my guess. That's
if they were going to pick it, they would do it already.
Guys, they're trying to pick a fight with the Antarcticans over the wall and shit. But the motherfuckers are so peaceful. They're like, we're not going to do it.
Yeah, I find it
on, dude,
extraordinary
that's
that
funny
you
as
guys
shit.
think that
Okay.
there are people over the ice wall with zero evidence. You tell us, you complain about us.
I'm
not using
clearly
evidence.
joking. I'm making fun of
Okay.
people who believe in the fucking ice wall and there's people past it. We can't prove any of that. What I'm saying is it's just as ridiculous as aliens from outer space. I was making a joke that if they're trying to get like an alien invasion thing happening, they're out there like trying to pick a fight with some, other race from a different spot, and they're like, no, we're not gonna help you fake an alien invasion.
Well, I mean, that's one interesting theory that I came across. That
Old Haas. No respect. Please take my wife. I'm serious. I can't take her anywhere. I can't seek to leave her. She finds a way back. Shit, I can't do the joke.
The alien
Everywhere I
invasion's already begun.
Everywhere I leave her.
You look up,
She always
a lot of
finds a way
people
back.
believe in aliens.
Yeah. I've been laughing for the last maybe 20 seconds.
And supposedly, the government knows about the aliens, and they're releasing documents about real aliens. So it's already begun. Look around.
Oh, really?
Is the government lying this time, Matthew?
I'm unaware of any government agency claiming aliens exist.
Yes, they released documents about unidentified flying objects being picked up on radar, everything. I know what you mean by you don't know they're aliens, yeah, but they're releasing that they've got ships on radar.
Yeah, so they're saying they don't know what it is.
But they've denied that. They've denied all that until today. That's why.
Yeah, and they've even killed people over it. And now they're going, oh, well, these things may exist.
Hey, Matt, you
really
changed
now?
the name to Matthew Burns?
What's that?
You just
Okay,
changed
hold on. I have one more question, and I gotta go to bed.
I never changed my
Clearly,
name. Mods think it's funny to change my name.
Great. So okay, I have two questions. Actually, one question. Matthew, before I pass out here, can you
Question
please
one,
tell
go
me-
ahead.
Yeah, great. Please tell me, what would be a bigger psychotic break for you? Finding out that aliens are coming here to destroy the planet, or that the Earth is flat?
That the Earth is flat.
You know why he said that? Because science tells it that there are aliens. Because all the
Cue the
gajillion
audience
solar
laughing.
systems, there's a gajillion planets. Some must have life. Some must have intelligent life. Mathematically, it's got to be possible. And they're coming for us because obviously they'd be more advanced than that. There you go. That's why Matthew said that.
That's based on the flawed assumption that life comes about naturally. If we know, and we do, that life only originates from an intelligent designer, then none of those arguments work. So that's why I don't think aliens exist.
But you said flat Earth would be more devastating.
He just gave you the question. He said, if aliens are coming or flat Earth, what's more devastating? You said flat Earth, which means you believe in aliens.
No, it doesn't. I disbelieve in both.
But if it was true, which is more devastating?
Flat Earth.
So why? Aliens are more likely than a flat Earth, correct?
Because flat Earth is
time.
about where we live, and there's so much ample evidence against it that that would be a huge change.
Come on, man. What? Evidence against it? Evidence against what you observe and experience.
Satellite TVs, sunsets, tides, the full moon.
That rules out your direct experience.
No, those are all direct
Did he
experience.
just say tides?
Yeah, tides. Yeah.
Why does tides work on a globe and not flat Earth, Matthew?
Because it follows the pattern of the moon, and it's explained by gravitational forces.
Does it?
What do you mean? Tides follow the same cycle, a 29-day cycle like the moon.
Why do you get 2 a day?
Because it also follows the solar cycle, so it's a combination of the day cycle,
How
day and night.
convenient.
And
wait,
29 days.
They're not always on the same. They're not always on opposite sides.
No, they're not.
Right. It depends on the local geography under the sea. There's a whole bunch of factors, but we can predict them pretty accurately.
Do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson's version of tides?
His version of what? What specifically?
That it's the Earth spinning through the water. It's the land moving as it spins inside the bulge of water. The bulge caused, apparently, by the sun and the moon.
Well, yeah, it's all these different forces acting on the water slightly, so there's small changes.
So the water's not spinning, the water's just bulging, and the Earth turns through the bulge of water?
So the water spins with the Earth, but the bulge kind of moves depending on where the sun and the moon are, yes.
That gets rid of Coriolis.
Yeah, I don't think Coriolis has an effect in that specific idea.
Well, if everything's attached to the Earth and spinning with the Earth, then why are we going through a bulge of water that's not attached to the Earth?
Oh, so the bulge is moving, but the water molecules aren't. So when waves go across the ocean, it looks like a wave is moving, and it is the wave that's moving, but the individual water molecules are
I know how waves.
Yeah, so the tide bulge works about the same way. It's not the water moving; it's the bulge that's moving.
But the water is moving, yeah, with the Earth.
Slightly, right? Slightly.
So essentially, it's an apparent motion. It's not an actual motion.
Yeah, the point is that there are detailed models for how to predict tides that work, and that's what I was saying, that those models work.
They work because they work.
Yeah, but those models assume that the Earth is a globe.
What about tides in a pool, in an Olympic-sized swimming pool? Does that happen?
I don't think so. I think the pool is way too small.
Lakes, Great Lakes.
Why would that matter? Yeah, why would the size matter?
Oh, because it's only if there's differential pulls, the gravitational pulls on different ends of the ocean that are sort of the root cause of tides. With a swimming pool that's 100 meters long, the gravitational pull is almost identical between the two ends of the pool, so you're not going to notice anything. I mean, I know you don't believe in gravity. I'm just telling you the globe story about why.
But why doesn't if the tides, you don't experience that with rivers or lakes, which is weird to me.
Yeah, rivers are flowing, so there's always kind of movement downhill. With lakes,
but the water's moving as well.
And how is the river moving downhill if it's going to eventually meet the curve? There's no flat planes on a ball, so eventually the river will be fighting itself going uphill.
No, rivers always go downhill.
Exactly, because we're on a level Earth.
So they would go downhill on a level Earth, you're right. But on the globe Earth, when we say rivers are going downhill, we're saying it's getting closer to the gravitational equipotential level of sea level. So it goes lower elevation, which means closer to the center of the Earth.
You so want to say level means curve, don't you?
Oh, no, I've heard that before. You can say it if you want.
I see what you're saying, and that's how I would have thought, last year. But now I just realized water seeks to find its level, and so the rivers are just going down because they're not curving on a ball.
Yeah, sure, it would work on a flat Earth, but that doesn't mean that it wouldn't work on a curved Earth, is what I'm saying.
Well, we can't demonstrate that. First of all, you're relying on gravity, which goes back to the whole Big Bang thing. The only way Big Bang works is with gravity, and the only way what you're talking about water curving like that is with gravity. But when I tried, and that's like the whole thing. The big lie is gravity.
Gravity needs a ball. Ball hasn't been proven. Therefore, no gravity. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
The gravity needs a ball, and the ball needs gravity.
I think it is wise.
Yeah,
it's wise. Yeah, I think it's wise for flat earthers to attack gravity as the main source of their ills, because if gravity is true, then flat Earth cannot be true. So they're sort of mutually exclusive. I think.
And if there's no curve, then there's no ball, and then we don't have gravity.
Right. If there's no curve, then the
so we win.
Cannot be a globe.
Don't you think it's kind of peculiar that if you've been coming to this Discord for how many years did you say, and it's still haven't been able to prove that there's a ball?
There's plenty of evidence to convince me. I understand that it doesn't convince most of the people here, obviously.
I mean, most of us. Yeah.
You realize there are literal pictures of the globe Earth.
Yeah, little
the only way you can get around that is to claim that they're fake.
I mean, everything's CGI.
You realize that there are literal pictures of Bigfoot, right? The only way to get around it is claim Bigfoot's fake.
That's true. I'm happy to claim that Bigfoot is fake.
Well, it's in the same category as the globe. Same category as the globe. So why the double standard?
Double
Are you a
standard
picture? Are you a picture denier, Matthew? Are you a picture denier?
Different pictures have different levels of credibility. So the pictures of unicorns and Bigfoot are lower credibility.
Why?
Because not all pictures are the same. Are you claiming they're all the same?
Why are they of less credibility?
Because they don't match anything else we observe in real life. I've never seen a unicorn. Nobody's ever seen Bigfoot.
You've never seen a ball Earth spinning in a vacuum.
You've never seen a geometric horizon.
Yeah,
at least the Bigfoot photos are actually taken on Earth.
Right, I haven't seen the curvature with my own eyes, but it matches all the other things I know about the Earth.
It's just that those things aren't in reality, so it doesn't match anything in reality. Like, if it were to match reality, then it would at least, we would have a geometric horizon that we could point to, or a direct curvature measurement or something like that.
And yet it's dark outside. Let's go back to that.
Did the sun go over a geometric horizon?
Well, it's not above the horizon.
Is the horizon geometric?
It is.
Okay, prove it.
He just conceded the Earth's radius is 250,000 miles.
No, I didn't.
So that's true. Got to be 1.8 million actually now.
The Earth's radius, or the horizon being geometric, is based on a preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so now your picture matches not reality, but your preconceived notion.
I think it matches both, but yes.
Well, okay. You have yet to point to something in reality that it matches. So far, it all just boiled down to your preconceptions. Yeah, okay. Now we need the geometric horizon for the sun to set over.
Well, so Heretic, let me ask you this. If I came over to your house right now and we walked outside and I said, where do you think the sun is? I understand you can't see it because it's dark outside, and you were to point to where the sun is right now, where would you point?
I'd point out towards the west.
Okay,
I might point towards China.
Yeah, and then what about like right before sunrise? Would you point towards the east?
Yeah, sure. That's a safe bet, isn't it?
Yeah, so how about halfway in between sunrise and sunset? Which direction would you point?
Halfway in between. Either one would work, I guess.
Yeah, because the interesting thing is that halfway in between, if you sort of follow the natural pattern as the sun rises, goes overhead, then sets in the west, the natural pattern would be to continue that motion and say the sun is below your feet.
Yeah, but then the horizon would have to be geometric, and the surface of the Earth would have to be dropping for the sun to be below my feet.
I'm not talking about the horizon or anything. I'm just talking about if we watch the sun throughout a whole 24 hours as it rises, goes over our head, then sets. If you continue that motion, then it makes most sense to say, oh, the sun must be below the Earth.
Is that motion apparent or actual?
It's apparent and actual. I think that you were seeing the sun where it is.
Well, in that case, then the ground does have to be dropping off for the sun to actually set below me.
Right, that's what I'm saying it does.
And then the horizon must be geometric, so we're back to this.
So would it be accurate, Matthew, if I said this? If the Earth is a spherical object spinning in a vacuum, then I will observe the sun appear to go down behind the horizon. I observe the sun to appear to go down behind the horizon. Therefore, Earth is a spherical object spinning in a vacuum.
I don't think it's quite as logical as that. It's just that those observations match that story, and so that's evidence that it could be that that's what's happening.
So you're taking the outcome and using it to as evidence of the premise.
I'm taking the predictions of what the 3D model of the heliocentric model says would happen, and seeing if observations match that, and they do, and so that's evidence that it.
So reification fallacy. Now,
yeah, if I were using that as a proof, that would be a reification. I'm just saying that it matches. We're looking at observations trying to fit what matches.
Oh, that's right, because we're talking about strong evidences, not proofs. Is that correct?
Right. I think proofs belong in the realm of math and logic, not in science.
Even though they're synonymous words.
Proof and evidence are synonymous?
So says the thesaurus.
I think they're close. A thesaurus tells words that are similar in meaning, but not exact always.
Well, you can look up online dictionaries and it'll have synonyms underneath evidence, and it'll say proof is probably the first word, the first synonym, and vice versa.
What if there's competing evidence? Like if you're in a court case and there's evidence that one guy did it, but there's also evidence somebody else did it. They both can't be true.
Yeah, that's a technical law term, isn't it?
Yeah, but there are plenty of
They're
things
presenting
where
something that could be evidence, and if it's not shown to have any further supported evidence, then that submitted evidence is regarded as not evidence.
Right, but I'm saying that if there's evidence for two competing ideas, no matter what the ideas are, if they contradict each other, they can't both be true.
So one is evidence and one is not evidence.
I would say they're both evidence, but they're competing evidence, and one is evidence but doesn't meet the standard of proof, and the other one might meet the standard of proof. And that's the distinction I make. I understand.
Yeah, because it will be dismissed as evidence.
So the type of evidence that you have could point to something that isn't actually in reality. You have evidence that doesn't necessarily amount to what you say it's evidence of.
I mean, yes, but there's plenty of times where there's different ideas and evidence that points to different directions. That's what whole courts of law are set up to do, to figure out what really happened.
Well, if this was court, I'd be demanding a geometric horizon. Or a demonstration thereof, more like.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up a little bit. Could you repeat that?
In court, I'd ask for a demonstration of the geometric horizon. You need that for the 3D model to match reality.
I don't know if you'd need that.
You have a model?
That's what the sun sets over in the 3D model.
Yeah, but I mean, even if we could never see the horizon, you could still have the model without the horizon.
Oh dear, Matthew.
Like if you live in a valley with tall mountains surrounding you, you'd never see the true horizon. But I think that even in that valley, there would be things that you could observe that would help you discover the shape of the Earth.
Are you really?
SD, say that again.
I don't think that's called science, brother.
So what would I do besides using the horizon?
Observe the sun, observe the moon, those kinds of things.
Those things aren't the ground, and what I'm trying to figure out if the ground curves and forms into a ball.
Yeah, so you'd have to use logic and reason and other observations. It'd be hard to do.
Are these euphemisms for assumptions?
Right.
And fallacies?
You'd have to make some assumptions. I wouldn't call them fallacies, no.
I would. Because I don't want to look at the sun and, make up a fairy tale about it that pertains to where I live. I just want to measure this thing outright. Well, we can never do that. It seems like we can never really pin down the ghost. All we can do is infer it, extrapolate it, assume it's there in the first place. We can never directly get our hands on it.
Can we go back to space for us? Quick second. Imaginary space.
Sure.
Okay, so have you ever looked into craters on the Earth?
I've been to the big crater in Arizona.
Oh, you have? Okay. Was there a giant rock there that caused the crater anywhere, or any signs of a rock that did that?
When we visited the visitor center, I think they said that they had been searching for the signs of the rock but had never found any, or they just found small traces or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought was another interesting clue to kind of go with. Maybe there is no space, because that was the hardest thing for me to wrap my head around. And when I started to look into, there was a good video that just got posted, and I put it in the chat, where they go and they take footage of all the craters around the Earth and how there's no rocks for any of them. It's somehow we're supposed to assume that these asteroids or meteors hit the Earth perfectly, didn't bounce around, didn't cause like a huge disruption in the soil, just creates a perfect circle. But then you look at geysers and how these craters, a lot of them have water in them, and they have evidence that they sprung up from the depths. So it was kind of in line with, again, a little bit of just another thing they're trying to cover up. Because if you watch that show Ancient Apocalypse with Graham Hancock, I don't know if you know his work or if you're a fan or whatever. He's kind of like he's a journalist, but he writes stories about ancient civilizations, and he was talking about how they believe that 10 to 12,000 years ago there were a bunch of comets that hit the Earth and created like basically another ice age, or these craters start to look to see if there's signs that they were sprung up as fountains from the depth. Basically exactly what the Bible says: when he flooded the earth not just from the sky, from the heavens above, but he flooded the earth from the ground. Like the great springs of the deep burst forth and created those. And I am pretty convinced now that that's what that is. Those craters are actually huge springs from water bubbling up. And I just think, as a Christian, more things you can look into like that, the more amazed you're going to be.
Yeah, so I think that circular craters can be created by underwater geysers or whatever, but that doesn't rule out circular craters being made by meteorites also. Do you see the picture in the chat? 15 past the hour.
Look back. Yeah.
I think the most this is a joke. I think the most amazing thing about this is look how close the meteor came to hitting the visitor center.
Amazing. That's incredible. Yeah. See, I mean, now I'm convinced that those are not caused by meteors or asteroids or comets. Those are caused from something that came from the depths. And of course, they're trying to hide God, like you said, and they're trying to hide the evidence of the flood too.
Sorry, I didn't have the laugh track ready.
I think the evidence for God is fairly clear. They're going to have a hard time.
So, Matthew, does that mean that all meteorites come down on a 90-degree angle?
No, they come at lots of different angles.
But all these craters show that they must have hit at a 90-degree angle, which is weird.
No. If something comes at a at an angle, it still makes a circular explosion pattern because it explodes when it hits the ground.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter the angle; it's always going to look the same.
Okay, but it's just again propagating that lie of space. Because think about all the buildings.
Wait, no, that's not a lie.
No one ever
It's just
worries about it.
physics. Like if
I'm
things
just
hitting
saying.
the ground from different angles still makes circular.
No, it
patterns.
doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
How?
Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, I mean, just throw a ball into sand and you'll see, like at a height, like shoot.
Yeah, it
a
makes
bullet
an elongated shape.
So it's like an
Good
explosion
bullets,
happening, and that explosion happens almost instantaneously and makes a circular pattern.
Okay, well, back to the craters. It's just odd that there's no evidence of the rock. There's some giant rock that did it. So we don't have that for any of these, apparently, from the videos that I saw. And let's just think about the lie. Are they lying about space? What if? I mean, no building suffers damage from these meteorites or asteroids ever. And you don't have to worry about your car, your house, nothing. I mean, they tell us on the news, oh, the big asteroid's coming, it's coming. But again, that's just the fear-based lie. And once you go flat Earth, you don't have to worry about that shit from space anymore. And it's not because I just want to live in La La Land. It's because I'm looking at this through a different lens, objectively. And now I'm realizing, yeah, if they're going to fake space and they're going to fake the moon landing and they're going to fake all this shit, why? Well, because we might not be on what we think we are. So I think for you, again, these are just another thing you can kind of research for yourself and see if it changes your mind or if it just gives you more to contemplate.
I appreciate the sentiment behind you suggesting that. I do.
I mean, it supports the flood story, and you know, I mean, they put people on the moon, but there's no atmosphere, so apparently the moon is just bombarded by meteorites all day long, every day. But yet these astronauts are in these very thin suits that they don't have to worry about something going 17,500 miles an hour piercing through them. I mean, also about the space station flying around at 17,500 miles, all the debris that's up in space, all the satellites that don't collide into each other. I mean, if you really think about what they're telling us, it's pretty incredible if that were to be true. And they don't have to worry about random things flying through space that they can't track. So either it's just A, because it's not happening, or B, they have some sort of precision that no one could ever. I mean, someone else can comment on what I'm trying to say here, but it's pretty remarkable, right? I mean,
sure, it's a calculated risk. They do run some level of risk by being in the ISS. So, yeah.
I mean, they say they do, but
oh, by the way, have you ever seen the ISS go overhead or a dot in the sky when the ISS is claimed to be going overhead?
I've seen, what they say is the ISS going overhead.
So what's your guess about what it is if it's not the ISS?
Well, I've heard different theories that it's just either something that's floating up there or it's something that they are projecting up there. I don't know for sure.
Hey, Matthew, what do you think?
I think the ISS is going about 17,000 miles an hour. I've seen it multiple times go over Southern California when I was watching.
Just one question. And how is it that the vacuum, it's in an orbit, right? The space station is still be in orbit, right? Just in the peak in the atmosphere where it's not vacuum and not inside the Earth atmosphere, right?
Right. It's about 250 miles high, which is pretty much a hard vacuum. Yes.
Yeah. So my question is, again, there's a second law of thermodynamics. Do you know it?
Yes, the things will generally disperse, and energy is lost. Right.
Not just that, it's just a pressurized environment and a non-pressurized environment, i.e. vacuum, cannot coexist without a container or something that can hold the both split together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's generally true, but air has weight, so there's a slight downward bias, so that's what keeps the air on the ground.
No, you're not getting the whole point. Should it not disperse out if there is a vacuum?
Generally, it disperses out quite a bit, but not 100% equally in all directions. It disperses a little bit more towards the down direction than the up direction.
Did he not broke the second law of thermodynamics?
No,
Just
this
now?
does the weight of air doesn't break the second law of thermodynamics.
What do you think, other people?
Yeah, he did this already a bunch of times, and it just came down to, well, there's a gradient. That doesn't mean that it's an open system next to a vacuum, because as he's told us many times himself, gradients form inside closed containers. So we're still at the point where somebody is yet to give us a demonstration of air pressure next to a vacuum in the way that the globe model claims.
Yeah, so to summarize, the fundamental disagreement is that we globers say that air has weight, and that weight keeps air down, whereas flat earthers generally say that air doesn't have weight.
The question remained the same, brother. Why is it not dispersing out? How is it in an equilibrium? Equal. The non-pressurized and pressurized again. The question remained the same. You haven't answered it.
Yeah, the simple answer is that air has weight, and so it doesn't.
Okay, air has weight. We got that. Okay, air has weight. But why is it, and what is it that's making it equilibrium?
So the equilibrium isn't exactly uniform because air has weight. It has a slight downward bias.
It's
That's
not
the answer
equal?
to your question. No.
How is it then?
Air disperses mostly in every direction with a slight downward bias due to its weight.
And you believe it?
Yes, that's the key difference, is that I believe the air has weight, and flat earthers generally don't.
I don't mean the air has weight or not, brother. You're not getting the whole point again. See the scenario again.
No, the whole point is that the weight of the air is the answer.
Okay, air has weight. Air has weight. Okay, I get it. Okay, let's talk about something else. Jupiter. Okay, Jupiter. You accept Jupiter, right?
Yeah, I've seen it through a telescope. I've seen the four moons
Okay,
of
that's
Jupiter.
great. That's great. So, is it a gaseous planet, brother?
It appears to be, yeah.
Okay, there is no land. There is no nothing, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a mystery what's at the center of Jupiter, but there's no
But
land.
just a minute ago, you said it was gas. How do you know it's gas and not land?
That is due to what people who know more than I say. So I'm just trusting.
And you believe it, or do you want to know it?
Yeah, I believe what other people say, and my own observations. I've seen Jupiter. It just seems like a little.
How have you seen Jupiter and the air inside of the atmosphere? How have you done it?
Oh, I've only seen Jupiter through a telescope, so that's all.
Okay. So I ask you again. There is no land there, just gas.
Right.
And it's round.
Right.
And it's revolving around sun.
Right.
And it has its own rotation too. And there are some moons.
Yes, a bunch of moons. I can see 4 of them through my telescope.
And again, the second law of thermodynamics. How can that be?
Because the atmosphere of Jupiter also has weight. That's our basic answer for all of that.
How is it round? You're not getting the whole point. You have a picture on your mind, on your subconscious, that Jupiter is a planet that's round and it's made only with atmosphere, gas, nothing physical, nothing you can touch, nothing you can, like a liquid, nothing there. And you believe it. There's a vacuum out there and there's a moon revolving around it. And because of gravity, it revolves around the sun. It has its own rotation. You believe that, right?
Yes, I believe all those things.
Think again, how can that be? That's unscientific. That's the stupidest thing you can ever believe. Don't you think? Because it breaks every fragment of reality.
I think it is scientific, and I don't think it breaks the fabric of reality. I think
How can a gas attract a moon? Look again.
Matthew, what he's saying is weight by itself does not explain how you get pressure in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying weight, but really what I'm referring to is the idea of gravity. Gravity holds air to...
Gravity holds air down in a vacuum.
in a vacuum. That's right.
Hasn't been demonstrated.
I agree that it has not been demonstrated in a way that would satisfy you.
Isn't that the same thing as somebody saying God built everything? Because you don't know and you just made it up?
Sure, there are similarities in the fact that it's based on trust of what people say.
And what's the difference in science and religion, brother?
In science, they typically follow methodological naturalism and say, try to explain everything naturally. I think that's false. I think that intelligent design is clearly evident in the universe. And religion is going a step further and putting faith and trust in God and living according to certain principles.
Well, let's just forget about God, but just stick with the faith and belief. So are you not believing the gravity holds everything up?
Yes, I believe that.
And you believe the solar system because you have never seen it.
I mean, I've seen the planets through my telescope.
No, that's a picture. You have never seen never seen the solar system. Nobody has.
I've seen Jupiter and the moons with my own eyes.
I mean the solar system.
Well, the solar system is made up of the sun and planets and that. And
how do you know it? You have never seen it. Just a minute ago, I talked about belief and believing and science. Remember, two different things? That's your belief, not science.
Yeah, I believe the solar system exists, and I've seen Jupiter and the moons. I've seen Saturn and its rings.
Again. You haven't seen the solar system.
I just told you I've seen parts of it.
How have you seen the solar system? Explain to me that. Okay. Just that point.
Okay, the solar system is made up of several components. I've seen some of those components.
The solar system has a sun in the center. How have you seen the sun in the center? Explain me that.
Oh, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in the center. I haven't seen it from that perspective.
Well, that's what the solar system is it not?
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of what it is.
No, it isn't. It's not a part of it. That's what the whole thing is. Sun is in the center. Helios means God, the sun god. Heliocentric, that's where the name come in.
Yeah, heliocentric refers to the idea that the sun is the center of the solar system.
Okay, so where have you seen it?
I haven't seen it as a whole. I've seen parts of it.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. You said you just a minute ago, everybody heard it. You told me you saw it, right?
Right. I've seen Jupiter, Mars, Saturn. Those are parts of the solar system.
I'm saying, have you seen the full solar system as represented?
No, I haven't.
Yep. Okay, let's stick to that, okay? What have you seen?
Parts of it, but not as a whole.
Parts of it. How?
How?
How have you seen it?
Through a telescope.
Okay. You have seen one fragment, a piece a day, with a telescope that was given to you by someone, some business, let's just say, company, right? You bought it from someone.
Yeah, there's some company that manufactured the telescope. That's right.
Yeah, okay. So do you know every science behind it? How the telescope was made and what the picture is showing? Is it original? It's okay? It's 100% true? You know everything about it, right?
I have a general idea of how telescopes work, but basically it's a tube of plastic and some glass lenses inside.
That's it. So you can see 1 trillion of miles away stars from just for that.
Oh, I'm just saying that's what it's made out of, and I can observe stars.
And that's how you observe the Jupiter and the other stars and everything, right?
Yeah, using that tube and those glass pieces, I saw a round little dot and then 4 little dots.
So
in the direction of where they tell us that Jupiter is, and it's 4 moons.
So that confirms that solar system exists?
Not by itself, no. It doesn't disprove it though. It matches.
No. Does it prove the solar system exists if you just saw something object in the sky?
No, it doesn't. Just seeing objects doesn't prove that.
So how are you believing it? How are you saying you saw solar system again?
Because I believe the experts that tell me about how the solar system works.
Well, is that science?
No, it's a belief in science.
No, it's a belief. Don't come with the science again.
Yeah, so a blind faith.
Well, I wouldn't call it blind faith. I'd call it faith based on reasons and observations, like looking at Jupiter.
Well, let's talk about the solar system. I think discussing the solar system would be interesting because, okay, you said you saw Jupiter. So what did you see? You saw an outline, you saw colors, you saw layers of something. But can we recreate Jupiter's conditions in a lab here with gases? I mean, can we see gases when they're on top of each other here in a lab at all ever? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm not that one. I really am asking the group actually. And then also, how do we keep gases to keep their shape if they're in layers? For example, they say Jupiter's big red dot has been storming for what, hundreds of years is what they tell us, but yet it never seems to change. Isn't that kind of strange if something's storming and supposedly moving through space and moving itself at all the gases, but yet these layers hold their shape? Now, sure, if you're going to believe what they tell you, yeah, it's possible, but is it possible here? Can we do anything like that here? I don't know.
It's a permanent tornado with the dimensions given. And it's red.
So, I mean, we're supposed to believe we can, A, see gases millions of miles away, and they're different colors somehow. When they recreated this in a lab, when I looked, they had to use water and color dye. So is Jupiter supposedly made of water now?
Thanks, brother.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't know what it's
confused.
made out of.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because they're telling you it's just gas, and it's got this perfectly. These gases somehow layer on top of each other, and they barely move. But I mean, so or you're just seeing something that, let's go back. You know, you don't know what it is for sure. Is it a gas planet, or is it just some object in the sky? So yeah, I mean, it tripped me out too. Just like Mars, we could do Mars. It says that Mars has polar ice caps, but then, you know, last night someone was into astrophotography and posted some pictures of Mars. It doesn't look like it has ice caps. I mean, it's like a blurry image of what we're saying. The science is saying that they're ice caps. So then when we talk about Venus and Mercury, we never see Venus and Mercury pass in front of the sun, yet their orbits are closer to the sun apparently and faster. So,
I've seen Venus pass in front of the sun.
Okay, send me the video. I'd love to see that.
I didn't take a video, but you could find other people's videos. But I saw it through a telescope. I saw a dot moving across the sun.
So does that happen yearly for somebody on Earth?
It's very rare. I was lucky to see it.
Yeah, it's just, but yet Venus is going around quicker than the Earth can go around the sun, apparently, or allegedly. But we don't see that transition across the sun's surface yearly as like, oh, hey guys, check out the tonight sky. You're going to see Mercury and Venus are crossing the sun.
And Matthew, just in case, thanks, Dost. Just to add up, you haven't gotten me the question again. The gas pressure and a pressurized environment vacuum, you know, it remains the same. How can it be round? The gas.
I posted somebody else's video of the transit of Venus across the sun.
Okay, let's take a look at it. That'll be fun. Okay, that easily could be just a balloon.
Yes, but it was observed all over the Earth. Everybody saw it. I mean, everybody who's looking from anywhere on Earth could see it.
Everybody except you, Matthew.
Say that again?
Everybody saw it. Everybody saw it except you.
No, I saw it. I didn't take.
Okay, cool.
I didn't take
I'll take a look.
Yeah, but why is that not a yearly occurrence? They're going to tell us, oh, because, you know, it has to perfectly line up. Well, you know, that's how they tell us we find exoplanets, right? That they observe stars and they see a little tiny, like, black spot appear because of the shadow or the outline of a planet is blocking the light from the star. So, oh, we found another exoplanet. Oh, or it's just A, they're lying. B, it's just some obstruction. How are they proving that it's actually a planet? I mean, they're not. They're just inferring that.
Matthew, what are we looking at? This white dot over the. Is it
That's a picture of the sun, and the dot moving across the face of it is Venus going in front of the sun.
Venus.
Yeah, it was the 2012 transit of Venus.
And you saw this yourself?
I did. The astronomers at school had a telescope set up with a solar filter, and we could take a look at it and see that dot. I mean, it took a couple hours to go across, I think.
What time of day was it?
Afternoon, I think. Might have been morning. This was in Southern California, so I don't remember.
How many miles away is Venus?
40 million miles? I don't know.
So a telescope.
How do you know that?
A telescope can
I
see
just
40
said I
million
don't
miles.
know. During a transit, it would be somewhere between 0 and 93 million miles. How's that?
Yeah, but the sun can't be 93 million miles away if the ground isn't curving and we get diverging shadows from it, right?
Right. So if you end up with diverging shadows, then the sun must be much closer.
Mm-hmm. So must Venus then, I guess.
Yeah, in that GIF, Venus is between the Earth and the sun.
Why is Mercury black? It looks kind of like greenish. Do you know that?
Why is Mercury black? You said.
That's Mercury, isn't it? It's a little black ball going across.
No, that's the transit of Venus.
I'm sorry. Why is Venus black and then the sun green?
It's a solar filter, and the sun is really, really bright, and we're looking at the back side, the night side of Venus. So that black dot is the night side of Venus.
Are you really believing that?
I saw it with my own eyes. What are you talking about?
Is it possible there's some color manipulation in there?
Oh yeah, so different solar filters have different solar color profiles. A greenish tint is not a very good one. There's probably better images somewhere.
Well, something is passing in front of the sun. We all see that, but the argument is that object millions of miles away, number one, and number two, is that object a planet that's circling it? Number three, and why is it not happening more often according from our angle here? There's a few things that we're just kind of going off of what they're telling us.
To add up, how do you know they are revolving around sun? Like, how do you know it? Have you seen the full rotation?
No, I haven't seen it. But to answer the other questions, yes, whatever the object was that passed in front of the sun must have been really far from Earth, because wherever, distant cities on Earth, everybody saw the same thing. Wherever the sun was up, you could observe this. So we know that it was, not within the Earth's atmosphere. So yeah, all I'm claiming is there was a dot moving across the face of the sun.
Yep.
Is the globe that important to you? I mean, what if, okay, in trillions of chances, if Earth was an infinite plane, or just a plane, okay, just level plane, what would you say to yourself?
I would be surprised if that's the way it was. My trust in God is strong enough that I think that God, would take care of us on a flat plane just as well as on a globe. But I also think that he wants us to learn about his creation, gave us the ability to do so.
But why does the flat Earth actually supports creation and points towards God, but the globe model, I know you're saying that it still could be God, but it's exactly what Satan would want, is the globe model with the evolution, with the Big Bang, with gravity. All of that supports evolution. That's the whole point
of
this.
Yeah, if you put all those things together, they do. But the globe model, properly understood as God's creation, actually points to God's goodness and care for humanity. the level of gravity is finely tuned, the amount of electrical charge in an electron, the amount of the strength of gravity, all these things are so finely tuned that if they're slightly different, then life wouldn't be possible. And this is actually a big problem for people who are evolutionists and say that everything came about naturally, because everything is really finely tuned. It's such a big problem that they throw up their hands and say, oh, well, then there must be a multiverse, so there must be trillions of other universes and we just got lucky. I'm like, that doesn't really solve your problem.
Yeah.
I think there's, intelligent design is the clear answer.
Right. Well, intelligent design, and maybe he's so intelligent that he created the earth fixed, immovable. It's his footstool. There's scriptures that says the sun moved and not the earth. That actually God stopped the sun, reversed it in Joshua. So, there's a lot of scripture. You're going to have to kind of look at all those scriptures as one, because they never say that the earth is spinning and they never say the earth is moving. They say the opposite. So, that's just...
No, I agree.
Yeah, if you're going to go the scripture route, but let's stick to science, or let's keep it to science and things. Let's talk more about the solar system. We're not observing that we're circling the sun. We're observing that the sun's moving through our sky. And then on top of it, at nighttime, you have the Polaris, which is always fixed. If we're a spiral galaxy and we're at some edge of the arm, why are we always pointing towards Polaris? It doesn't make any sense. And then if you look at time-lapse videos of the solar system and our galaxy at night, the stars, they're barely moving, right? So, this is going to get into parallax, which is not really... So if someone wants to bring it there, great. But if you go outside and do a twirl, you're going to notice the sky moving in a circle, right? But that's not what happens in a 24-hour period when you stand outside. You can go stand outside and the stars are going to stay pretty much where they're at for a few hours. That's never like moving with the rotation of the Earth.
Wait, are you serious? Stars rise and set at the same speed the sun does.
I don't think I would need the group to defer.
No, it does. That's not even controversial. As far as the Polaris goes, Polaris isn't at the exact celestial north. And in fact, it has been moving slightly over the centuries and decades.
Oh, that's what they say. But yeah, we still have the same constellations now that they had thousands of years ago.
Evidence for it. At 44 past the hour, you can see there's an old list of where the stars are, and it's slightly different than the modern measurement. Not much difference to make a huge difference, but it does have a proper motion. The proper motion of stars describes how they move, how much they move per year.
Yep, we have the same constellations now that we did thousands of years ago.
No, that's not true. Some of the constellations are the same, but some are slightly different.
Okay, slightly different, but still enough to make them out. I don't know.
How would you know that, Matthew? Are you just extrapolating from those angles that you just posted, taken over the last couple hundred years?
Taken over the last 100 years or so, since we've been taking photographic pictures of exactly where the stars are, and then extrapolating, we can see slight motions of the stars. Many stars don't move at all, but the closer ones do. And you can actually look up the closer ones. It's something called the proper motion. So if you look on for the proper motion of some of the close stars, it's literally listed there on Wikipedia, how many milliarc seconds they move per year.
How would you know how close or far any of them are? That's just an extrapolation in itself from these motions.
Right. No, you're right about that. And these proper motion is referring to the apparent location, not the distance or actual location, just how they're moving across the map of the sky. And it's tiny amounts. It's like 200 milliarc seconds per year. So these tiny, a milliarc second is what, 0.001 of an arc second, or I think it's 3.6 millionths of a degree. So really small amounts. But with photography, we can actually carefully and precisely measure these changes.
Then we have to extrapolate that those changes are accurate, and that's what's been going on for all time.
It's been happening for the past 10 decades that we've been doing astronomical photography. So There's no reason to think that it just started when just because we invented photography doesn't mean the stars started moving when we invented photography.
Yeah, of course not. It could be that they've shifted, like you're saying they have. It won't make the ground curve.
Matt, I sent you some things in private message because I couldn't figure out how to post it to the, I don't know, live chat, I guess. You can read them whenever later if you want.
I'm looking right now. Hold on. Okay, yeah, the meteor craters and the flood stuff. Thanks, appreciate
And
it.
if you go down to, there's a couple pictures of just things that I thought were interesting.
Yeah, those are interesting. Thanks for sending it.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, yeah, we can just. I think everybody needed a little nap. Did he leave?
He bounced.
He bounced. Oh, it sounds like he's so close.
No, he's been in here for a couple of years. Same script the whole time.
I wonder what's his fascination then, because come on, the last thing you want to do is associate with flat earthers if you just really think they're wrong. I mean, I guess unless you get off on just being right.
Well, maybe he's just paid to argue.
He's special needs.
He's special needs. Yeah, it's just what a fascinating. This is really fascinating, guys. I appreciate everyone's time in here because I am learning so much and just being and talking about things out loud that I've never even put into words before. So it's amazing.
I think he likes all the attention.
Yeah, I guess so. I feel like I would not be surprised if he comes around. I mean, who knows? At least one day. And that's the whole point of this. It's like, hopefully he will. And then he can live his life without being in the dark like that.
Nah, he never will. What I reckon.
Well, I mean, if I think if
Because
the,
he even said it himself. Even if NASA came out and said it, he still wouldn't believe it.
Well, if when he meets the creator, he'll be very surprised, I'm sure. Has anyone else seen that video? I think that I forget what it's called, but I posted it in the chat about the geysers and the craters. Did you guys already know about all that stuff?
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Do gases ever have color that I know if you put them in glass and you light them up or something, then you can see neon and everything like that. But without a container, how do we see gas and how do you layer it? I don't understand. Can't.
Wouldn't it just
According to Matthew, the weight of air separates a vacuum of space from our pressurized system.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, that alone, I'm not a science expert, but I could just, that doesn't make any sense. Well, maybe he'll watch that Celebrate Truth channel and hear someone maybe else. Maybe something will click. Oh, God, I'm just hoping. I would love to hear see how his journey ends up.
Well, our Discord server rules are 13 and over, and I've heard people much younger than him with higher intellect, for sure.
That's cool. It's nice when there's young people in here that are asking such good questions and so curious. I feel like that's a good sign for this whole thing. Does anyone else in here watch that channel, Celebrate Truth, regularly, or?
Oh yeah, I did for quite a while. Watched both of his documentaries, Scientism Exposed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that channel.
I was a member contributing blank a month to him, and then I don't know what happened. It just stopped taking the monthly payment. I don't know why, and whatever. I guess I could be a Patreon if I want, but
Yeah, that's cool. Does Robbie ever join this Discord? Have you guys seen him in here?
not to my knowledge, he hasn't been in here. I know Bob Nodell's been in here.
Okay.
Someone was once in here talking some crap and about him, and he was in here, and they didn't know he was in here.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, Celebrate Truth. What a great channel. I mean, I just had so much fun all of last year watching that every day. Just not even getting bored at all. Even if I had seen the thing 2-3 times. Because eventually it repeats. I think he said he's got like 100 videos or more or something circulating. Does anyone else have any video? Well, I guess I could go refer to the Discord. I don't want to ask like an obvious question, but I just want to hear what people think are the best documentaries to kind of show new people, try to expose them like with like an overall flat Earth theory. I need to look through. I'll just.
I like to say things like the globe is a claim, flat Earth is an observation.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's great. I like that. But I'm just trying to figure out what the best videos. I mean, and I kind of already know it's like flat Earth clues and level 2, the next level, or whatever. But I want to know if there's something I haven't seen yet that is even better.
I know ODD's 21 Questions for Flat Earth is pretty good. If you haven't seen that yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to pull that up.
He has a Flat Earth trilogy. It's like a 3-hour documentary if you're up for that. Bring a snack and a drink.
Yeah, that's on his channel, ODT.
ODD TV, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. Just looked it up. 21 Questions. Oh, wow, it has 1.6 million views.
The thing about ODD is he does other stuff too, like he does truth music and stuff, and pretty interesting individual, yeah. Not afraid to work and to make some money,
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm looking at his stuff right now. All right. Well, I think I'm going to head out. You guys have a good night.
Cheers.
What the hell happened? Where'd everybody go? Where did everybody go? That's it? Interesting. Super interesting.
Hey, I'm still here.
All right. Excellent. Excellent, man. I'm glad you're here. Yep, I got it. Cool, man.
What happened?
I don't know, man. I just joined the stream and there's only like 3 of us here.
Oh, no, there were a couple of them, but they started leaving. It was after 11.
Oh, that's usually when I come in. And anyway, I wanted to just see what was going on. It's very light tonight. Very light. Very light.
Well, there was a Matthew guy who was a Glover, and
hey, I know Matthew personally.
Oh, you do?
I do. Absolutely. I met him 4 times in person. Yep.
He believes in God. He believes in a heliocentric model.
Well, I exactly. It's exactly what he believes, and
That's what happened today, brother. That's what happened to me today.
I was listening, man. I heard it. I've heard it 47 times from him. Same thing. Same stuff. It doesn't change. He doesn't change. That's the cool thing, man. He doesn't get mad or call anybody names, or he doesn't call anybody.
Rockefeller's won. You know, this is not our loss. This is like the Rockefellers won the way they wanted to do.
Well, the Rockefellers, that's a whole different issue. But Matthew, which I met personally, I believe is here to just give the answers of the globe, period. That's it. That's his job. And he does a really good job at it. And being a teacher, he says, look, this is what the school books say. This is how the math works out. And this is how it works. And he's here to help us, man. He's not here to not help us, man. The dude's here to help us. So I appreciate you guys getting on board with that one. I really do.
Sometimes, you know, you might.
I get it, man. It gets you mad. You know, don't trigger, man. Don't get triggered by man. Please do not get triggered. I mean, he is just giving you what's in the books, man. That's it. He's not like making up. Well, he does make up shit sometimes, and we call him out on it, and he admits to it. Oh, I kind of fucked that one up. He doesn't say it like that. He goes, "Well, I miscalculated that one. Yeah, I'm sorry." Yeah, but he'll admit when he's wrong, and he'll just look. This is what's in the books. That's all he's pointing out, man. He's not like here. He's here to help us, man. Here to help us.
No. I'm not against it. I'm just saying. I had the similar issue today with my other friend back home. Today, after many months, I left my home and I went to my school friends. I just completed my certification thing, and I just was, confessing about the flat earth because I just posted one Instagram video I made in my native tongue, Nepali. And I just posted it. And I was trying to explain my friends from my school there in United States. And they are like Java developers. They are into IT sectors. And, they are like bachelor's, master's people. And I know what they read and what they got the certification for. But today, when I talked about Big Bang, gravity, meteoroids, black hole, moon landing, heliocentrism, dinosaur rotation, evolution, and the ISS being the space station being fake, they all got triggered. Okay, I could see them in their face. And because I was the only flat earther there, and I was the only guy from my community, and because we live in the United States, come on, man. So everything is about going to the Mars, space exploration, sci-fi, medicine, the American way. So they have the American dream right now. The time I said gravity was a theoretical concept and I showed them the fact, I even showed them the flat earth way of view things, right? So at the end of the day, what they implement was, hey, why can't the globe earth believe what they want to believe and flat earth be what they want to believe? At the end.
Yeah, believe what you want to believe, man. I get it. I'm totally down with that because, beliefs are, you want to believe in Star Trek and Star Wars and, whatever fucking, Grand Theft Auto, whatever you're into.
But don't make it a science, right?
Or football, whatever it is. Whatever you're into, man. Believe it. Love it. Own it. But if you want to know where you live, man, that's a whole nother thing, man. You got to figure it out, man. Either you want to figure it out or you don't. That's cool. I got no judge against you, man. I'm like, I don't give a shit. But you want to figure out where you live, man. We're right here, man.
And I told them, and the best part is, I told them it's the matrix. It's what the mental matrix is. The point when a man is frustrated, there are things that doesn't make sense, yet it's gonna happen. The things intuition brings you in. It's where the heliocentric model comes in. That's what blocks us up. That's what keeps us in the matrix. That's what I know. That's the reality, man. Whether they believe it or not, because they believe in something they don't know, they anticipate the reality to be the same. Because that we see what we believe. Remember?
Well, objective reality is a bitch, as I like to say. It's a bitch. It's tough.
And people can't digest it. They can't get it in.
No, they can't, man. That's the fascination with the psychology of the whole thing, man, is that there's a bunch of people out here doing things, they didn't ever dream of doing and saying, hey, man, look at this. Look at that. And then people were like, no, I don't want to look at that. I'm going to go home and watch my football game. Leave me alone. Like, okay. Have a nice day.
He was like this. One of my friends was like this. Okay, I believe in the globe, but I don't believe in the Big Bang. I'm like,
wow,
bro, it's the same thing. You can't say I believe in the finger, but I don't believe in the arm.
Right.
It's just like saying I know I see the hand, but I don't see the person. I don't want to believe the person. That's bullshit.
I believe in my middle finger, but does it mean if I stick my middle finger at you, does that mean to fuck off, or is that just my middle finger? What's up with that? Whatever, dude. People can believe in the most craziest shit, man. I live next to Disneyland, man. For fuck's sake.
Fuck. Oh shit.
And I grew up.
I hit it once. All this oh my god. I'm imagining it, bro.
People love their fucking Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and their fucking all that bullshit. Goofy, Daffy Duck. Yeah. Come on. What a cuck shit show, man. Really? That's what's important is Daffy Duck? Really? People are fucking starving over here and you're shooting rockets out in the fucking middle of nowhere? Fuck off. No. You don't get to shoot no rockets until these people over here are fed, bro. Sorry. That's my position.
Sad thing is, brother, the world is buying it. Each and every one of them is buying it.
They buy it, man. They buy it. Hook, line, and sinker, as they say here in America, man. The whole thing, man. They just keep buying. They'll buy in and putting your fucking something on your face, and they're buying exactly, the Daffy Duck suit face. Yeah, exactly. That was hilarious. That's a whole different fucking story. Anyway, I was doing a music live stream on my channel on YouTube, and the music ended, and I just kept the stream going because I got a timeout by YouTube.
Mhm.
And I just switched over to Discord, but I'm back live on my channel again. And anyway, I was shouting out to a couple people in my my chat here. And
what's your channel? What's your channel? Wait. Send it to me on the chat. I was subscribing too.
Put it in the chat here. Hang on. I'll put it in the chat. So anyway, I was shouting a few people out. So I'm like double live streaming. I mean, I know we have the live stream on YouTube, but I just switched over because I like Discord, man. Discord's a great platform, man, to talk to people and give.
Well, I made a lot of friends after in this 1 year in Discord. Trust me, I was feeling so lonely before 1 year.
Yeah, it's a great place to come, man. I mean, I remember being like my first
I was
early flat earth stuff, man. I was like, oh shit, man. I really would like to talk to some people that kind of
have brains. I would say not bots.
Yeah,
demi-humans or semi-humans.
And yeah, get the subs, man. That's all about the subs, face, man. That's the only reason I'm a flat earther is for the subs.
Yep.
And if anybody believes that, you need help. Believe me.
Well, today I explained my whole bunch of friends. There were 3 friends, okay, who got the interview in, I think it was a IT company. These 2, I just realized how globe-trotted my friends are today. How globe-trotted my friends are. No matter how much they earn, no matter what certificate they have today, trust me, they are globe-trotted as fuck. That's what I learned today. Because I was asking them just one thing. How does the water curve? And I explained the buoyancy, density, electrostatic, the electric charge that it goes down, everything with my YouTube channel too.
Right.
And they are ignoring every fucking thing that I say, every scientific possible reasoning. They are disclaiming it and telling me, how do you know? Give me a photo of it. Give me a photo of it. Oh my God. Bro, you don't even have a photo of yourself.
Yeah.
You don't know that. And they're like, no, this is our belief. This is what we learned. This is what we're going to stick with. I'm like, that's your belief. That's a religion. Don't make it a science and don't implement it on anybody else.
Yeah.
And then I left. It was stupid. Stupid as hell.
I do what I do for likes, and I do what I do for subs, and I do what I do for like what we do here on Discord and on YouTube and all the places that we go. Why do we do what we do? Because we want people to wake up to the truth, man. It's not about my attention. I don't want you to pay attention to me. I want you to pay attention to the message that you don't live on a fucking ball, fucking shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck off. You don't. You don't even come close to living on something like that. But yet people want to believe that. And that's really, really disturbing.
What happened today? Yeah.
Really, really pissed off that people actually believe that shit. And that's why I do what I do. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but that's why I fucking do it. I'm out here every day like, hey, man, let's talk about the fucking curvature. Where's this fucking curvature you keep talking about? Where is it, man? I just want to know, man. Tell me where I can see it. That's it.
Dude, you got another shout out earlier today. Did you hear earlier?
No, I didn't. I don't care about shout outs. I'm here for the truth.
He's full on, man. He's full on today.
Ain't no bendy fucking nothing. No bendy fuck all. Nothing. Fuck off. And that's why I'm out here. And if you call me out for anything else than like I'm just out here to say, man, there's no curvature. That's it, man. That's all I'm here for, man. You got curvature. Dude, where, when, how? I got thousands of dollars. I'll fly anywhere in the world to see this fucking curvature that you can't.
I know you will.
And that's it.
You tried to take a high altitude balloon flight.
I just want other people to realize there ain't no fucking curve, man. Ain't no zippity doo dah fucking magic curve going around a ball, the bendy water. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Hey, dude. So earlier today, we were talking to somebody named Wave Mixer, right? WAVMIXER. And apparently he met you at that meetup out in California a few months back.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like last month, actually.
That's two for two.
Yeah, man, I'm doing good, man. I'm just trying to get the word out and saying, hey, man, shit ain't fucking spinning around some crazy fucking millions of miles an hour. Fuck off. And that's all. I'm not.
The only thing spinning around is Flow Rider.
What's spinning? What's that, Giz?
Flow Rider.
Slow Rider. The song?
Flow Rider. I spin your head right round.
Like a record. Yeah, okay, yeah, I got it.
That's the only thing spinning.
Just, that's what I am the guy. If I have a platform, man, if I had a fucking millions and billions of dollars, man, I'd be the guy that going, hey, I'm Larry Flint, man. You guys are fucked up. I'm spending millions of dollars making you look like shit all day, every day, man. If I had the money, man, I'd do that. I'd be like, you guys really think you're on a spinning ball shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour? Really? Okay. Well, I got some evidence to the contrary. Check it out. I'd be all over it, man. But I'm just a shitty little platform dude, man.
I don't get people when I ask them about the moon. Okay, I believe in gravity for sake. Okay, just for a minute. But I ask them, hey, so if it was revolving around us and we were rotating, why would I see the moon from United States and Australia, Nepal, India at the same time?
That's a very devastating claim. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a big claim, man.
It fucks up everything.
Yeah, it really does. Like there's supposed to be curvature, but like over a flat plane, you would expect to see things a little bit further away. You'd have a narrowing angle, but you would expect to see things a lot further away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all I want to point out to people, man. It's like, dude, what are you actually seeing? We went to the ocean today. What did you see? Did you see a flat horizon, or did you see some bendy fucking curvy water?
Well, I wish I could live by the ocean. I miss the ocean.
Of course, the lake, everything, man. Trust me.
Flat, man.
No, I wish I lived by the ocean. No, like you live in Nepal, but like I used to live in Southern California. I lived in Victorville. You know where Victorville is, dude?
I do.
I used to live in Hesperia.
We call it Apple Valley, man. Up here. Yeah, we know where
Hesperia, Victorville, Apple Valley.
Well, they grow a lot of apples up there in the valley.
Yeah, sure. Road apples.
Yeah, and they're not the best apples. They do grow them there. Dude, we're talking about a 4,000 foot elevation, man. It's up there. It gets.
But it's up there, dude. It's over 3,500 for sure, and upwards to 3,700.
Yeah, it's like between 4,000 and like 3,500 feet, somewhere in there, man. Guaranteed.
Yep, guaranteed. But yeah, and then you're not far away from Big Bear at that point. That was like prime area, dude. It was a shitbag of an area because there's drugs everywhere. But like, you want to talk about driving an hour in any direction? I could drive an hour north and hit the dunes. I could drive an hour east and hit Big Bear. I could drive an hour west, hit the beach. Drive an hour south, hit the club scene. It was perfect
unless there's traffic.
Right.
Is there really this little of us right now?
Yeah.
Yes. Kim,
we're making it.
Kim, this is usually my crew, man. It's like 4 of us. That was it. I don't know what else happened in the last couple months, but it's been like fucking. I usually come in here like, hey, what's going on, guys? And it's like 3 of us, you know. Like, okay.
I came in here just because Flat Earth Dude shouldn't be in here by himself.
No, I wasn't in here. I got SD, man. Him and I were hitting it up, man.
He's the bomb.
So, the reason I'm motivated to still talk about flat Earth is that it's such a huge realization that, like, hey, man, dude, you don't live where you think you live. That's it, man. If I can wait,
That's not the only one. That's not the only one. Look in this way: if sun is not the center, and sun and the moon are, with the safe side, say everything is equal, right?
Everything's
So they're
equal.
not just one luminaries; they're two. Just like you have two hands, you have two hemispheres in your brain too. So one is connected to one, another one is connected to another one. Just like a quantum computer. Remember plus and minus.
Right.
So, in a way, what they tell us, elites, government, education, whatever you want to tell, you in the Helio model, if you believe the sun, so you gave all your energy or your memory, subconscious mind to the sun. So you are closing the 50% of your brain. You're only allowing 50% of your brain to be activated. So you are not viewing reality as it is.
Great point, man.
Okay. Let me tell you something. Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kim.
Okay. My husband is not a flat earther, but he's not a globe earther either.
All right.
He knows he's being lied.
He's one of those people who will stand in the center and play devil's advocate for me and for the globe earth a lot of the time. So he's telling me that I believe all of you over anybody else.
Interesting.
You get what I'm saying?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that you're thinking for yourself. That's what I would say.
That's what I'm trying to tell him, but it doesn't matter because even if I observe the horizon to be too far, he's still telling me that I'm believing other people are seeing the same things.
No,
You get what I'm saying? Like I'm going off belief.
Right.
I mean, that's it, man. We're trying to snap people out of the stupid matrix, man. It's like, hey, man, how can I do this? I didn't have the class on how to wake people up, man, in high school. I mean, I missed that one, man. Shit, I must have been out in the parking lot getting stoned that day, man, because I missed that class on Earth. Where's the Earth class, man? Oh, you're spinning it this fast, and you're going around.
You didn't go to second grade?
You didn't have that class.
You didn't go to second grade?
Nobody had that class. Nobody said, hey, man, I'm going to Earth class today. I'm going to learn all about the Earth, man, the curvature and the radius and the circumference. And I'm going to go ahead and figure out how we're spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. If they would have had that class in high school, I'd be like, what?
Literally, you have to have eyes to see and ears to hear. You have to have eyes to see and ears to hear. You get what I'm saying?
Say that again, Kim. Go ahead.
You have to have eyes to see and ears to hear.
Well, we get that.
Both of them, not just one, but both.
Well, I'm in the ear business. I know about the ear.
She's preaching to you, brother.
Yeah, but you also have eyes to see because you live on the beach.
I gotta have eyes to see. I still have my 10 fingers, man. If I didn't have eyes to see, man,
You can also see
cut
that
them off.
you see too far. You see
Those wires are razor sharp, aren't they?
Dude, when I'm running that table saw, man, that's a motherfucker, man. You gotta know exactly where your fingers are, man, at all times, man. You gotta know. There's no.
Bro, I've run table saws, and as I get my fingers like close to the saw, like you can feel it pulling your hand in, dude. You gotta be real careful.
Oh yeah, the hairs on the back of your hand start to fucking raise up.
That's
why you use a push.
Have you guys?
You get close.
Right. That's why you use a push.
Yeah. You can feel it.
Have you guys ever heard of millwrights? Millwrights?
Mill rats?
They work on millwrights, like MILWRIGHT. Millwright.
Millwright. Nah, I never heard of it.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's what my husband is. He's a millwright.
He's a millwright? Is that like a hillbilly?
He works on like turbines for power plants and like nuclear power plants.
Okay.
Awesome.
So he works on big time machinery. So he has kind of an idea. He's got an extremely mathematical mind. Like he doesn't even have to think about fractions. He can multiply them,
really,
add them, or any. Yeah, he's got that down.
Exactly.
Yes, he does.
He should know that.
Yeah, and he should know how to at
He
least
does.
do the math on it.
He does.
I know. You know what C equals 2 pi r?
I've never asked him to do. Yeah, the circumference. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
No, I know. I just like
I've
it's the
never just
littlest
been like,
things
do
like
the
that, though.
circumference of the Earth. I've never asked him to do that either.
I mean, like even if you have a circumference, from the circumference you can derive the radius. Like that's how like they taught you all of this in school and never thought you would like open up to use it. They thought they had your mind and they were going to control you and just make you a machine for them to use at any will. That's literally what they thought they were going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,